This kid is the greatest prodigy to grace the world in 300 years. Even at birth, Dale didn't make a peep. His mother had to use every ounce of her energy just to force a single cry out of the newborn. By age 8, he was a monster among geniuses. Weaving multiple elemental spells in the heat of battle was as natural to him as breathing. His potential was so terrifying that by the time he turned 10, his own father shoved him onto the blood-soaked front lines of inter-kingdom warfare. Backed by his son's overwhelming power, enemy forces were stomped out like roaches. Dark legends were already spreading, dubbing him the ultimate terror. Then one day, a young noblewoman from a fallen kingdom, Charlotte Orleans, was dragged straight into the Saxon household. This place was ruled by Duke Alan Saxon, the continent's most ruthless necromancer and dark mage, who also sat at the absolute top of the black. Begging for sanctuary as a lowly maid in this gloomy castle was a soul-crushing humiliation for a girl raised with the fierce pride of a warrior bloodline. There was no way she'd ever bow down to a snot-nosed kid. Boiling with rage, the young girl challenged the boy to a duel. She wanted to prove her blade was second to none. After all the legendary divine blade coursed through her veins, Charlotte threw everything she had at him. But even with Dale restricting himself to just a basic sword, she couldn't land a single scratch. She was even channeling her aura into her strikes. Tasting her first bitter defeat, the young girl broke down in tears, completely lost on how she'd ever avenge her slaughtered family. That's when Dale dropped a heavy truth bomb. You lack raw strength and power, but your talent is undeniable. Swear your loyalty to me. Serve the Saxon family, and I'll forge you into an unstoppable force. And I'll personally back your bloody revenge against the ones who burned your kingdom to ash. Will she take the deal? And can Dale actually pull it off? Let's rewind to the very beginning. Our hero's name is Han Sung. He yells at his squad mate to get back on his feet, so they can keep pushing forward. The battered soldier nods and staggers up, while Han Sung cocks his weapon. In this world, humanity has been locked in a brutal war against monsters for decades. After endless blood-soaked battles, only a tiny fraction of mankind is left standing. But right now, Han Sung's final objective is dead ahead. Suddenly, a glowing magic circle flashes beneath his boots. His eyes snap wide open. He has zero clue what's happening. Before he can even twitch, the massive array sucks him in, and Han Sung vanishes into thin air. As his body feels like it's being violently ripped through space, a booming voice echoes, commanding him to answer the ultimate call. Glowing golden threads tightly wrap around his throat. When his vision finally stops spinning, the young man finds himself trapped in a creepy, unknown stone hall, totally surrounded by hooded figures just staring at him in dead silence. Glancing down at his own arms, he spots weird glowing chains binding his wrists. An old geezer steps up, pulls back his hood, and formally welcomes the hero from another dimension. Acknowledging that this is a totally insane ambush, the old guy demands that the young soldier slaughter the Demon King and save this doomed world. Furious, Han Sung demands to know where the hell he is, screaming that he needs to get back to Korea, right into the middle of his war. To shut him up, the old geezer casually flicks a spell in his direction. Han Sung screams out in agonizing pain as the old man coldly explains that the binding oath has just been triggered. Stay obedient and the magic won't tear you apart. With tears stinging his eyes and his whole body burning in agony, Han Sung realizes he's backed into a corner. The bald geezer grabs a heavy sword and repeats his crazy demand. Slay the Demon King, save the Empire. He tosses the blade at Han Sung's feet, dropping the ultimate bait. Pull this off, and I'll send you straight back to your own world. The hooded cultists stare a hole right through him with their glowing eyes, waiting for him to snap. Han Sung quickly reads the room, weighs his grim options, and realizes his only play is to play along. And just like that, Han Sung was violently dragged into a parallel universe, forced to keep shedding blood as the ultimate otherworldly hero for some sketchy empire. The guy ground away day and night, carrying literal mountains of stress, surviving countless brutal raids, and constantly mowing down any enemy in his path. 3 agonizing years dragged by, then 5, then 10 whole years. He sacrificed his entire golden youth, chasing the impossible goal of chopping off the Demon King's head. But check this out. Right after he actually clears the main quest, the bald geezer casually announces he's got a brand new mission for him. Pissed off beyond belief, Han Sung growls. That wasn't part of the damn deal. But the old bastard just smirks, saving the Empire doesn't end with the Demon King's corpse. There are still rebels blocking our total unification. Every single one of them had to be wiped off the map. A crumpled bounty poster was slammed against the wall. Right in the center glared the face of Botal, a notorious rogue from the Shadow Kingdom of Titonia, stamped with a brutal kill order. Flashing a wicked smirk, the old bastard ordered our hero to do his dirty work just a little longer, and a desperate mutt wearing a shock collar never has a say in the matter. Han Sung dragged himself into yet another bloodbath, desperately wondering when this living nightmare would finally end. After a lightning-fast clash of blades, he found his opening and drove his steel deep, right into Botol's chest. Coughing up blood, the dying man mocked him, calling him an absolute fool. Han Sung practically choked on his own guilt, whispering that his hands were tied, casting his gaze to the dirt as he choked out a pathetic apology. But Botol's eyes turned deadly serious. He warned Han Sung to save his breath, because sooner or later, he'd be tossed out like garbage too. With his grim task complete, our guy honestly thought he was finally off the hook and heading home. But before he could even take a breath to celebrate, the invisible leash chained to his throat yanked him back with bone-crushing force. A massive bearded warrior stepped out of the shadows. He clapped slowly, praising the otherworldly champion, while keeping a death grip on the magical tether, before violently plunging his massive broadsword straight through Han Sung's gut. Through the blinding agony, Han Sung recognized that smirking face. Count Brandenburg. The noble chuckled, sneering that the kid had played his part perfectly, as the Empire's most obedient little attack dog, and as a high-ranking general and holy knight, he thoroughly appreciated the grunt work. The sickening truth finally slammed into him. Those bastards never planned on letting him go, as they brutally kicked him while he was down. The Count casually pointed out how ridiculously easy it was to manipulate him, since a mindless hound only knows how to sink its teeth into whatever it's pointed at. Han Sung crumbled into a pathetic bleeding heap. Brandenburg tossed a mocking goodbye over his shoulder, as the darkness swallowed him alive. The fading warrior realized he should have seen this horrific betrayal coming from a mile away. His final breath wasn't a gasp of fear, but a blood-soaked vow. He would carve this humiliation into his soul, and he swore to drag the entire empire, kicking and screaming, into absolute ruin. Hours later, beneath the very same moon, one tragic story came to a brutal end, only for a brand new legend to rip its eyes wide open for the very first time. A stunning duchess leaned over her freshly born infant, but inside that tiny head, adult gears were furiously spinning. He stared at her, realizing he had absolutely no clue who this gorgeous woman was. Fighting through the mental fog, the fragmented puzzle pieces of his past life started slamming back together. The imposing figure standing right beside her was none other than the deadliest necromancer and dark sorcerer across the lands, the infamous Duke Saxon. That meant this freezing fortress had to be the Empire's ultimate hub for forbidden arts, the necropolis housing the dreaded Black Tower. Right before biting the dust, Han Sung had desperately stashed a hyper-rare resurrection stone deep inside his gear. But the vessel he'd spawn into, that was pure, terrifying roulette. Talk about hitting the ultimate jackpot. He had been reincarnated as the firstborn heir to Saxon, a supreme heavyweight in the imperial aristocracy. This time around, our guy literally spawned in with a platinum spoon shoved in his mouth. His master plan instantly locked into place: level up, master the dark arts, and mercilessly slaughter every single piece of trash who stabbed him in the back. But a shadow of worry crossed the room. Saxon frowned, noticing his newborn heir wasn't making a single sound. A midwife rushed over nervously, whispering that the tiny lord looked perfectly healthy, just freakishly quiet. Well, duh. Han Sung was a battle-hardened veteran, trapped in a diaper. He wasn't about to bawl his eyes out over nothing. The frantic maid leaned in close, confirming his tiny lungs were pumping just fine, so there was zero reason to panic. But the imposing duke stroked his chin, muttering about how a silent newborn might just be a terribly cursed omen. The maid quickly suggested that a good old-fashioned smack on the rear would get the waterworks flowing. The sheer absurdity of the moment left Han Sung practically vibrating with annoyance and pure humiliation. Yet even after a swift spanking, the stubborn infant refused to shed a single tear, leading his bewildered to proudly declare that the little monster had already inherited his father's iron-willed toughness. Flashing a breathtaking smile, his new mother gently reached out to scoop him up. Han Sung braced his mind, gritting his toothless gums for another round of embarrassing baby treatment. But instead of roughhousing, her slender fingers began to stroke his head with unbelievable tenderness. The exact second that incredible glowing warmth seeped into his tiny skin, an alien feeling sparked deep inside his chest. He racked his brain desperately, trying to pinpoint the last time he had ever felt anything remotely like this. It wasn't the searing burn of a blade. It wasn't the agonizing sting of a battle wound. It was pure, unadulterated comfort. This beautiful stranger's gentle touch radiated a profound, unconditional love that his battered soul hadn't felt in absolute decades. Right then, Hansung absolutely broke down. He bawled his eyes out like a little kid sobbing uncontrollably. Cut to the morning sun glowing as the noble couple rolls out of bed. Alan shakes his head, completely blown away by how fast time flies. It's already been 8 years since Dale came into the world. His wife chimes in, wondering if their boy still has his nose buried in those heavy tomes. She points out he's been obsessed with reading since he was barely 4. The Duke cracks a proud smile, noticing his son is finally getting a taste for real magic. But the blonde quickly shifts the mood. She gently grabs her husband's chin, forcing him to look her in the eye. "You remember your promise, right?" she whispers. The ironclad vow that Alan would never, ever teach their boy necromancy. Alan nods firmly, and you can practically hear her sigh of relief. He brushes it off, suggesting they really need to figure out the kid's birthday present for tomorrow. Bam! A massive explosion shatters the quiet morning. A terrified maid bursts into the room, screaming for the master. Young Dale is trapped in the study. His parents sprint down the hall. They kick the door open and freeze. Dale is sprawled on the floor, clutching torn book pages inside a glowing magic circle. His mom rushes over, her heart pounding. "Baby, are you hurt?" Dale quickly shakes his head, swearing he's totally fine. Alan narrows his eyes. The air is crackling with raw, unbridled mana. He's absolutely stunned. His 8-year-old son just unlocked the mana inside his own body. That's insane. Dale starts sweating, desperately scrambling for a believable excuse before they figure out the truth. But the Duke doesn't suspect a thing. Instead, he looks incredibly proud, affectionately messing up his kid's hair. "That's my boy," he beams openly, wishing he could pass down his dark necromancy skills. His mom forces a sweet smile, gently nudging Dale to head back to his room, while the maids sweep up the chaos. The moment the boy is out of earshot, Alan calls out to his wife. A brilliant idea for Dale's present just hit him. Flash forward, and the grand birthday banquet is packed with every high-ranking noble from the Black Duke's entire territory. The elite crowd is dying to meet the birthday boy. But up on the second floor, hiding from the loud music, our main guy is totally spacing out. Honestly, it's draining. The thought of all those VIPs showing up just for him is suffocating. After spending his entire past life being treated like absolute garbage, getting showered with this much fake praise feels completely alien. And to make matters worse, he's still stressing over that massive screw-up from the other day. His mana basically went rogue, all thanks to the lingering powers from his past life as a legendary hero. There's no denying it anymore. This new body is a literal prodigy when it comes to the dark arts. The smartest move right now: beg his dad to train him. Dale figures he might as well ask for forbidden magic as his big gift, instead of some boring, shiny toy. Suddenly, his mom walks in, apologizing for keeping him waiting. She's rocking a jaw-dropping gown, trailing a mysterious hooded figure right behind her. Dale instantly clocks the weird vibe and demands to know who's hiding under the cloak. Turns out it's a VIP from the Blue Magic Tower. Lady Sephia, the legendary elven Grand Master of water magic. Elena proudly announces that this elite mage is going to be Dale's new private tutor. Yep, his parents really went all out. Their epic birthday gift is Sephia herself, ready to take him under her wing. The hidden message here is crystal clear. His mom desperately wants him mastering the gentle art of water magic, focusing entirely on shields and crowd control. Dark magic. Yeah, not happening. Flashing a warm smile, Lady Sephia gently asks for a private chat with the birthday boy. They step away and she drops a truth bomb. His parents strictly ordered her to only teach him water spells, but she smirks, knowing damn well the kid is craving something way darker. It's totally obvious. Why wouldn't the Black Duke's own flesh and blood want to raise the dead? But there's a massive catch, and the whole empire knows it. Back in the day, Elena was terrified of Alan's terrifying, bloody reputation. To win her heart, he swore an unbreakable oath that his twisted legacy would absolutely die with him. I mean, on their wedding day, every single Dark Elder from the Black Tower showed up wearing pure white instead of their usual Grim Reaper robes. Their whole marriage is literally built on that one promise. So yeah, getting Lady Elena to sign off on necromancy, it's going to be near impossible. Sophia flashes a warm smile, asking if the kid is ready to train under her. Dale, however, throws a curveball. He asks if she is cool with dark magic, considering elves are all about preserving nature's balance. That question just makes her burst into laughter. Sophia points out the divine magic priests use to bring back the dead, something that completely wrecks nature's laws too. In her eyes, necromancy, exactly the same deal. Dale instantly realizes Sophia is nothing like your typical stuck-up elf. She might actually be a way better mentor than he ever hoped for. Itching to dive right in, she brings up the shattered mana circle the boy managed to form just days ago. Their very first mission: expand that tiny fragment into a full, complete circle, the absolute foundation for casting any kind of spell. She tells Dale to press his hand flat against his chest and lock in. A world overflowing with raw mana is completely different from anything he has ever faced before this life. Unless you are some ancient beast like a dragon, bending raw mana to your will is practically a death wish. To filter and safely channel all that chaotic energy, you desperately need a mana circle spinning perfectly around your heart. Hanging on to his mentor's every word, Dale closes his eyes and mentally maps out the exact route the energy takes into his chest. Sophia warns him they are taking baby steps. Typically, carving out a circle takes a solid month, so there is zero need to rush. But Dale just pops his hand open, revealing a swirling mass of raw energy right in his palm. Like this, he asks. She completely freezes. A mere kid should not be able to forge a mana circle in a matter of minutes. Stunned, Sophia asks if he can actually channel magic through it. Dale shrugs and says he will give it a shot. Back in his past life, he could only trigger combat spells using magic runes carved directly into his flesh. But his new youthful body absorbs mana like a sponge. This crazy advantage might just let him master water magic, alongside every other elemental class out there. As the kid dials up his focus, the circle locks into place. A razor-sharp, magical bolt materializes right between his hands. Sophia stares in absolute disbelief. Usually, a spell's structure crumbles into dust during the brutal process of condensing and firing off mana. Yet the boy calmly aims the glowing bolt at a nearby tree and lets it rip. Boom! The thick trunk instantly shatters into splinters. The impact was so fiercely sharp and dense, it sliced clean through the heavy timber. You just do not see this kind of flawless precision from an 8-year-old kid. Eyes wide with shock, Sophia just gapes at her new student. Dale flashes an innocent smile and waves while her mind races, completely failing to hide her stunned face. Just what exactly is this kid Sophia keeps staring at the shredded remains of the tree, her brain still struggling to process the impossible feat she just witnessed. Sure, it was a basic spell, but the sheer flawless execution, that was light years beyond basic. Dale, on the other hand, starts looking anxious, acting like he just broke a major rule. Pulling herself together, his teacher flashes a gentle smile to calm his nerves. But what she keeps entirely to herself is the terrifying truth echoing in her mind. Rotation, acceleration, and compression, the three absolute formulas known as the gold standard of sorcery. For an 8-year-old to effortlessly juggle all three with dead-on accuracy, this kid has to be hiding an insane secret. Sophia brushes it off as nothing, muttering that she finally gets why the dark archmage carried so many bitter regrets. Later on, Sophia grabs a seat at the table with Saxon and Alan. Saxon is noticeably upset about her final call, demanding to know why she refuses to keep tutoring Dale. The elf keeps her cool, explaining that the exact second the young master hit the first circle, he launched an offensive strike with flawless form, something you would never expect from a kid his age. His strike perfectly blended the three core formulas. The kid's raw talent is absolutely undeniable. The Duke furrows his brows hard. Even as an esteemed elder of the Blue Magic Tower, she still is not qualified to teach him. Sophia takes a slow sip of her tea before dropping the truth. It is not about lacking the skill. Honestly, watching him just made her desperate to mold him even further. Totally lost, Alan asks why she is walking away then. The elf gives it to them, straight because the young master already has his heart set on something else. And that something is the forbidden black magic of the Dark Archmage. She knows all about that grimoire, and the heavy promise Saxon made to his dying wife. But none of that tragic past gives anyone the right to hijack a kid's ultimate destiny, someone just as gifted as Dale. Right on the other side of that heavy door, our boy is eavesdropping on every single word. I cannot quite piece together the exact details, but I am 99% sure they are talking about him. He never dreamed that casting his very first spell would hit with such a massive shockwave, leaving Sophia totally speechless. The takeaway is crystal clear. From now on, he needs to keep his true power locked down tight. Suddenly, a familiar voice calls his name, snapping him right out of his deep thoughts. A massive grin spreads across Dale's face before he even turns around. It is his uncle Helmut. The battle-hardened man playfully asks what his favorite nephew is up to sneaking around. Dale totally dodges the question, immediately asking how his uncle has been holding up. Helmut lets out a booming laugh and scoops the kid into a massive bear hug. He proudly declares he has just been doing his duty, holding the line for the duchy by wiping out hordes of terrifying beasts creeping across the region. Dale's eyes light up as he eagerly asks if he was raiding the deadly dungeons. But that bright smile cannot hide the genuine anxiety swirling in his eyes. You see, in this ruthless world, dungeons and bloodthirsty monsters are the absolute worst nightmare hanging over any lord's territory. Ever since the era of the devastating Demon King, the sheer destruction they have caused is off the charts. It falls squarely on the shoulders of brave knights to crush the cursed dungeons that dark ruler left behind. The Saxon duchy, however, is stuck in an absolute living nightmare right now. And the wild part, it is all tied back to Hansung himself during his past life. He was the legendary hero who actually slaughtered the Demon King. As a so-called reward, the Saxon Duke was gifted massive new imperial territories, along with the incredibly dirty job of wiping out the endless swarms of monsters infesting every inch of that land. Dale desperately begs his uncle to watch his back out there and stay safe. But their heartfelt moment gets cut short when the Duke steps in, pointing out that Helmut really busted his gut on the battlefield this time around. Suddenly, Elena looks around, totally shocked to realize that the entire family has somehow gathered in one place. Catching sight of Dale, her face lights up with a warm smile as she showers him with praise. She was absolutely thrilled to hear her little boy had officially broken through to the first circle of magic. Alan chimes in too, giving the kid a massive pat on the back, telling him that whatever his heart desires right now, all he has to do is name it. Dale dramatically strokes his chin, lost in thought. There is absolutely zero chance he can just ask to study forbidden necromancy out loud. So what on earth would a normal 8-year-old beg for? Suddenly, he screams at the top of his lungs, "I want a little sister." The parents completely freeze, looking like deer in headlights. Helmut is biting his lip, barely holding, while one of his hardened soldiers nervously whispers that the captain really should not be chuckling during such a deeply awkward family moment. The Duke, still totally paralyzed, with a blank stare, awkwardly mutters that he will do his best to make that happen. Fast forward to later that night. Staring up at the ceiling from his bed, Dale reflects on his survival strategy. He has to play the pure innocent card, flawlessly, perfectly acting out the role of a clueless little kid. A heavy wave of exhaustion hits him hard, likely a nasty side effect of pushing his tiny body to channel intense magic. He blacks out almost instantly, but the nightmares are waiting in the dark. The terrifying visage of Count Brandenburg appears, his voice dripping with absolute ice, as he casually notes how long it has been since their last little chat. Before Dale can react, the monster violently yanks him up by his hair. He scoffs, mocking how strangely fragile humans are, breaking so easily under pressure. He sneers that now that Dale has loving parents, a cozy roof over his head, and a full belly, he should not even dare to dream about bloody revenge, because very soon, the ruthless Empire will track him down and erase his entire existence from the face of the earth. Dale snaps awake, gasping for air in a cold sweat. A sharp, unnatural agony stabs right through his chest. His heart is hammering against his ribs, beating so violently it feels like it might explode. It is mana backlash. He has read about this deadly condition before. Clutching his fiercely aching chest, a massive surge of pure, venomous hatred toward those imperial scumbags boils up inside his soul. Ruthless monsters like them will never just back down. Desperate for relief, he stumbles outside, hoping the cool night breeze will settle his lungs. But with every shaky step he takes, the agonizing pain only rips deeper. Out of nowhere, Sophia spots him struggling in the hallway and instantly diagnoses the terrifying crisis. She immediately spots the signs of mana backlash, a deadly hazard you would fully expect when dealing with a ridiculously overpowered prodigy like him. Without hesitating, she presses her glowing hand against his chest to force the energy down. While fighting to stabilize his spiraling core, a dark thought crosses her mind. If this brilliant boy slips into absolute villainy, he could evolve into a walking, unstoppable disaster. Just like that, the violent raging storm inside his chest completely vanishes. Sephia then looks him dead in the eye. Magic is simply a reflection of your own soul, she warns him. The exact same spell mutates, depending entirely on the caster's true nature, and Dale's mind-blowing potential is way too nuclear to just leave unchecked. That is exactly why she is convinced she is the only master qualified to guide him through the darkness. With a knowing smirk, she slides a forbidden book on hardcore necromancy right into his hands. She whispers that the universe must have tied their fates together, finally wishing the little guy a very happy birthday. Overwhelmed with emotion, Dale fiercely wraps his arms around her, squeezing her with everything he has got. Fast forward a few days. The badass master and her eager new apprentice are crouched low in a northern valley, deadlocked on a tiny, helpless bunny, sitting. Leaning in close, Sephia softly commands Dale to close his eyes and picture himself on a roof. The boy starts channeling his mana, while the rabbit freezes, sensing a predator's gaze. Too late. A glowing magic circle has already materialized in the kid's palm. The spell launches like a lethal bullet, striking the creature with a sickening crunch. Sophia narrows her eyes, studying the boy's fingertips. Not a single tremor, even after snuffing out a life. The instructor then breaks the silence, explaining how the exact same magic can manifest in countless different ways depending on the caster, and asks if he knows the reason. She doesn't wait for his guess, answering her own. Magic is simply a mirror of the soul. Mana particles physically manifest whatever lurks deep inside the user's mind. Even basic spell names like Firewall are just mental crutches to help picture the attack. Dale hangs on her every word, a hint of anxiety in his eyes. Sophia presses on. The red tower enforces order through absolute raw power, while the blue tower seeks balance and harmony. Their spells directly mirror those core beliefs. Every mage builds their foundation on the exact ideology they pledge to. She closely watches her students' reactions as the lecture flows. He's deadlocked in soaking up every single detail. Still, deep down, she knows this is way too heavy for him to fully digest right now. Then it's time to get their hands dirty. The most basic entry-level form of necromancy is reanimation. A sinister purple aura begins. The spell pumps raw mana into the corpse, forcing it back into motion, allowing the user to pilot the beast using invisible strings of energy, just like a twisted puppeteer. Those strings latch directly onto the skull spine and joints. The kid handles it smoothly. So Sophia gives him the green light for Phase 2. Dale clenches his jaw, pushing his focus to forge a shell of ice. He slams his palm against the dirt, unleashing a massive shockwave as frost instantly swallows the training grounds. The undead rabbit twitches back to its feet, now encased in frozen plating. His mentor steps up, demanding a durability test. Dale's eyes go wide, picturing the incoming destruction. Without holding back, Sophia fires her spell. The impact sends the little beast flying through the air, yet chunks of the frosty shield hold firm around its body. It actually worked. Dale cheers, hyped that his defense successfully tanked her strike. Looking impressed, Sophia throws some well-earned praise his way, but she quickly catches him hesitating, asking if there's something else on his mind. Dale presses a hand against his chest, locking eyes with his mentor, and boldly asks her to train him in mastering the fundamentals of water magic as well. Sophia gives him a gentle smile, but instantly shuts him down with a flat no. She breaks it down for him. The frost trick he just pulled off was already stepping into basic water territory. And honestly, playing with liquid elements requires an insanely high grasp of dimensional physics. It's exponentially harder to control than anything else they've covered. For a rookie, casting any basic spell is draining enough. Earning the title of a dual elemental mage is basically impossible for a kid his age. Keeping that same soft smile, she warns him that his ambitions might be writing checks his skills can't cash just yet. The boy's eyes snap wide. Even after flexing his insane potential today, he still hadn't earned her full trust. Dropping his gaze, he mutters under his breath that he'll just have to find a way to level up both skills on his own. Sophia tries to soften the blow, but ultimately decides to call it a day. That very night, Dale sneaks into the study, raiding the bookshelves to grind through the theory completely solo. He figures if he can just prove the impossible, his teacher won't have any choice but to mentor him. The midnight hours blur past. He drags himself to training, rocking heavy dark circles and looking completely drained. Sophia immediately scolds him for pushing his limits. He just nods, instantly sparking up a glowing purple rune in the center of his palm. Within seconds, he pulls another dead rabbit back from the grave, perfectly coating it in jagged ice armor at the exact same time. The instructor's jaw drops. He's actually dual casting flawlessly. But then things take a wild turn. The frosty shell violently fractures and shatters into pieces. Sophia stands there absolutely stunned. But the zombie rabbit doesn't drop. The spell is still active, and suddenly the creature's stomach starts bulging grotesquely. A blinding core of dark purple energy flares up from its guts. The tiny corpse thrashes wildly, tearing itself apart from the inside out, before detonating and razor-sharp ice shards rip through the air, smashing into the defensive barrier she threw up. Sophia stares at her pupil, still completely dumbfounded. Dale coolly breaks it down, explaining it is a deadly combo of corpse explosion and ice blast, seamlessly fusing water and dark magic. Then locking eyes with his mentor, he asks if this little stunt finally makes him a dual mage. The training grounds are entirely littered with the jagged aftermath of the blast. Sophia just stands there, totally speechless. She has never witnessed an attack this brutal before. Merging ice armor with corpse explosion triggered an area of effect way more massive than either spell could ever pull off alone, with shards of frozen bone shredding everything like flying blades. This is a technique forged for pure slaughter, the kind of vicious trick you only pick up by surviving the bloodiest battlefields. The elf quietly wonders just how dark things must be inside this kid's head. Dale watches her like a hawk, carefully trying to read his teacher's face. Right then, Uncle Elmut rides up on horseback, waving them down. He casually mentions that this time around, it was just a tiny pack of monsters, down in the dungeon, basically a quick warm-up for the Black Cavalry. Now the Black Cavalry is the core fighting force of House Saxene, an elite unit that absolutely dominates the battlefield, wielding spears coated in gold led by the legendary Elmut himself, one of the elite few to ever claim the title of the Seven Swords of the continent. Dale flashes a grin and asks if his uncle somehow forgot his promise to train him. Elmut bursts into laughter, telling the kid to drop by whenever he wants, but warns him about the biting cold, urging him to head home soon. Sophia nods in agreement, wrapping up their day of training. Later that night, the elven teacher sips on her tea while catching up with Elena and the Duke. She casually drops the bomb that young Master Dale has already mastered the first circle of necromancy, right alongside his water magic. The Duke is completely blindsided. This was never part of the deal. She was strictly hired to teach him the water element. Sophia owns up to it, but doesn't back down. As his mentor, she simply taught the kid exactly what he craved to learn. Water magic definitely wasn't the only thing the boy was hungry for. Elena gently steps in, saying she totally gets her son's ambition, but practically begs the elf to keep focusing on water magic. Sophia agrees, genuinely hoping they can all stay on good terms moving forward. But right before stepping out, she pauses at the door, throwing a glance back over her shoulder. She apologizes for making Elena break her sacred oath to the Black Duke. Elena softly replies that she always knew her boy was far from ordinary. Awakening as a dual mage at barely 8 years old, that is nothing short of incredible. The Duke's face shifts dramatically. Lowering his head, he speaks with a chilling calmness. As a ruler, he is dying to pass down his necromancy to his own flesh and blood, ensuring the boy has the raw power to shoulder the heavy burdens of an heir. As a mage, he craves a truly powerful disciple, and as a father, he just wants to hand over his entire legacy to his son. Alan sincerely asks his wife for forgiveness. Elena pulls him in for a kiss. She admits that necromancy is still highly taboo, heavily branded as a dark art, deeply tied to death, which is exactly why she tried so hard to shut this whole thing down. But ultimately, she urges her husband to train their boy, to push him until he becomes absolute enough to permanently silence anyone who dares to judge them. The couple shares a deeply tender moment, and the heavy tension in the room simply melts away. Flashing a confident smile, the Duke swears he will gamble everything he owns to forge his son into an absolute legend. And just like that, our protagonist kicks off his very first official day of brutal necromancy training. Towering over his son, Duke Alan bluntly admits he is pretty disappointed. He caught wind that Dale had been reanimating corpses completely blind, having zero clue what he was actually doing. The kid stays dead silent, but mentally argues that his teacher basically spoon-fed him the spell, so it was hardly his fault. The two of them are locked away inside the Black Duke's personal magic workshop, deep within the castle's shadowy basement. Alan lays down the law, warning that as long as Dale is under his wing, he is strictly forbidden from ever using such sloppy, third-rate necromancy again. The training. It all begins with memorizing the exact skeletal and muscular anatomy of every breathing beast. Buried under mountains of ancient tomes, Dale finally absorbs the brutal lesson after days of relentless. He quickly realizes these grimoires hold advanced medical secrets that only top-tier surgeons could have dreamed of accessing in his past life. Once he permanently burns every anatomical detail into his brain, the Duke announces it is finally time for the real trial. Dale's breath hitches. Sprawled across the cold steel table lies a lifeless goblin corpse. Spotting his son's wide-eyed shock, Alan smirks, noting that a genuinely gifted warlock can twist a filthy grunt's corpse into an unstoppable death knight. He then challenges the boy, asking exactly how he plans to puppeteer the beast. Sweat beads on Dale's forehead as he extends a trembling hand. Unlike reanimating a measly rabbit, a bipedal anatomy is an absolute nightmare. He has to painstakingly weave his mana threads through countless microscopic joints. Gritting his teeth, he attempts to jerk the goblin's rigid hand, but it feels like yanking rusty puppet strings. It is insanely tough. To make matters worse, he accidentally accelerated the rigor mortis to boost its physical defense. Now the rotting flesh is practically fossilized, refusing to budge an inch. Panic completely freezes his mind. Suddenly, a heavy, reassuring hand grips his shoulder. His father gently explains that triggering rapid rigor mortis to maximize durability was actually a brilliant tactical move, but it utterly destroyed the corpse's mobility. With a sinister gleam in his eyes, the Duke commands Dale to pay close attention. A dark, pulsating violet aura erupts from the Duke's core. Instantly, the dead goblin snaps upward, puppeted with flawless, terrifying precision. Horrifying cracking sounds echo as the monster's ribcage violently morphs. The bone structure originally designed to shield vital internal organs twists into something far deadlier. For the undead, defense is completely meaningless. Every single bone can be weaponized into a lethal blade. Alan strictly declares that mastering your subject's anatomy grants you the godlike power to mold flesh and bone to your dark will. Dale stares in absolute jaw-dropping awe. The Duke effortlessly dispels the dark aura, declaring this to be the very bedrock of necromancy. Snapping out of his trance, Dale eagerly begging him to reveal the hidden philosophy behind the Black Tower. Alan's lips curl into a proud, knowing smile at his son's burning curiosity. Slowly raising his hand, the patriarch finally preaches. Absolute truth only reveals itself in death, which is exactly why every true necromancer must plunge into its depths, to rip that profound truth out of the shadows, and ultimately, truly grasp the crushing weight of a living soul. Those heavy words instantly ignite a spark inside Dale's mind, triggering violently vivid flashbacks of his past life as a knight, where he mercilessly slaughtered countless enemies on the battlefield. He can almost smell the coppery blood coating his broadsword, hoisting it endlessly to butcher yet another soul, every single brutal swing, delivering nothing but raw agony and despair. The horrific memories completely paralyze the young boy. His father instantly catches the shift in mood and asks if he is all right. The kid's face drains of all color, the haunting vision of a battered soldier sheathing a blood-soaked blade after a brutal execution refuses to fade from his mind. Shaking off the nightmare, he forces a hollow smile and claims he is perfectly fine. As Dale's dark, magical prowess violently skyrocketed, vicious whispers started spreading like wildfire across the entire empire. The fearful masses muttered that the notorious Duke Saxon was secretly forging his own son into a dark sorcerer. The explosive cancellation of his royal engagement only fueled the blazing fire, sending a massive shockwave, rippling through high aristocratic society. From that exact second, the Empire's paranoid judging eyes locked onto the boy like a hawk, tracking its prey. Yet Dale absolutely refused to halt his grueling grind. Pushed to the absolute limit by his battle-hardened uncle Elmut, he flawlessly drilled his brutal swordsmanship. The midnight sessions were pure torture, yet the fierce kid absorbed every crushing strike with the exact same burning intensity. A proud grin stretched across Elmote's face. With every violent clash of steel, his nephew's lightning-fast reflexes grew razor-sharp. Out of nowhere, the uncle hoisted his heavy blade and unleashed a lethal, bone-shattering slash. Dale barely slipped past the deadly arc, and without skipping a beat, launched a wildly precise counterattack, instantly disarming the giant man and sending his heavy sword flying out of his grip. The massive blade spun through the air before slamming deep into the dirt right between them. Bursting into a hearty laugh, Elmote was genuinely blown away, calling the boy's strike absolutely phenomenal. Dale, however, kept a cool head, simply stating that the older man was holding back. A veteran knight of his terrifying caliber wouldn't just drop his weapon like a rookie, his blade so effortlessly. Helmuth broke it down, explaining that his swordplay was built for raw, practical combat. And in a real life-or-death struggle, an average guy would have been instantly slaughtered by a strike like that. He even admitted the kid's sheer talent with a blade was so off the charts, it was almost a crying shame he walked the path of a mage. Still, he pointed out that spellcasters usually hide behind heavy defensive wards and personal bodyguards. There was zero need to push his limits this intensely. Overdoing it would only end in torn muscles and broken bones. Dale shot back, stating he had a concrete reason for grinding this brutally. It would be downright pathetic if the Duke's own flesh and blood had to constantly cower behind bodyguards and fragile mana shields. Hearing this, a massive proud, he planted a heavy affectionate hand on the kid's head, praising that spectacularly bold answer, and swore he would trade the world for a son just like him. Their little heart-to-heart was suddenly cut short when Elena gracefully stepped into the courtyard. She strolled over teasingly, pointing out that the two of them looked like they were having an absolute blast together, and mentioned she just dropped by to check in on her little boy's grueling training session. But she also brought some massive news. She softly asked if Dale still remembered a very specific birthday wish he had begged for a while back. The kid furrowed his brows, digging deep into his memory banks. Then it suddenly clicked. Back on his big day, he had pleaded for a baby sister. Dale's eyes instantly bugged out of his head. Cradling her gently swelling stomach, Elena warmly told him that he was going to have to protect his new sibling with everything he had. With absolutely sparkling eyes, the boy clasped his hands tightly and swore he would never let her down. Fast forward 10 months later, the noble household finally welcomed its newest addition. Dale gently stroked the infant's incredibly soft cheeks, whispering that he still couldn't wrap his head around the fact that she was actually his sister. Elena flashed a tender smile, asking if he wanted to hold the baby, gently assuring him it wasn't as terrifying as it looked. As he carefully scooped the tiny newborn into his arms, the kid scrutinized every single detail of her delicate face, utterly mesmerized. Elena chuckled, mentioning that the little one had bawled her eyes out the second the Duke tried holding her, yet she remained totally blissed out in her big brother's embrace. Someone gently chimed in, asking the young boy how it felt. He whispered back that she felt as light as a feather, yet somehow overwhelmingly heavy all at once. The Duke closed his eyes, a proud smile forming, that he gently explained was the sheer weight of a human life. He leaned in close, locking eyes with his boy, and firmly told Dale to carve that feeling into his soul forever. Elena playfully cut in, reminding her boys that Lady Sephia was likely already waiting for his magic lesson. Out on the training grounds, Sephia announced they were skipping theory for an all-out sparring match. Dale was totally pumped for the real action, and his elven instructor fiercely dared him to go absolutely wild. He had full permission to throw his entire arsenal at her. Wasting zero time, the kid instantly spun up a glowing magic circle right in his palm. The elf smirked, buzzing with excitement to see exactly how far her prodigy had evolved. Dale rapidly conjured a razor-sharp ice spear, blasting it straight at his master's face. But as an opening move, the cast time was way too sluggish. Sephia deflected the incoming frost, like swatting a pesky fly, flashing a dangerously wicked grin as she taunted him for daring to pull his punches against his own instructor. Her playful eyes suddenly turned dead serious. Sephia instantly fired off a blistering counterstrike, screaming at him to throw up a shield. The kid's pupils shrank in absolute shock. His reflexes, the brutal blast slammed directly into his arm. But thanks to his freakish casting speed, he barely managed to snap a frost gauntlet into reality, right at the exact point of impact, saving his limb from getting completely shattered. A split second later, the icy armor violently shattered into glittering dust. His master stood there silently, impressed by his incredibly quick thinking, She aggressively barked at him to go again. Dale immediately started weaving a highly complex molecular structure, heavily modifying a standard ice wall formula. A massive, glittering crystalline dome violently erupted around his entire body. Sephia was visibly stunned by the sheer scale of his massive defense. The kid hadn't just frozen water, he hyper-compressed the molecular bonds of the ice itself, cranking its density up to absolutely absurd levels until it was literally as tough as solid steel. The beautiful elf slowly walked up, pressing her palm against the freezing surface, deeply confused as to why he would lock himself inside such a rigid, immobile cage. For a brief, fleeting second, she seriously wondered if the kid was just desperately buying time to catch his breath after getting absolutely rocked by her last attack. But then, an incredibly ominous crackling echoed from within, the unmistakable sound of a catastrophic glacial explosion charging up right inside the dome. Dale locked into a dead focus. A split second later, he triggered the blast. A blinding glare surged from inside the structure. Sephia's eyes flew wide open. Before she could even blink, jagged shards of ice materialized and shot straight at her, in a devastating barrage. The frost barrier shattered, and Dale knew he had nailed it. The spell he just pulled off was a brutal combo. He took a heavily reinforced ice shield and rigged it with an explosive payload, basically turning it into a frost grenade. This time he was dead certain his master wouldn't dodge it so easily, but then he froze in his tracks. Sephia was standing right there, her body completely riddled with holes. Dale to process the gruesome scene. But the real Sephia was casually standing right behind the corpse, without a single scratch. His target had just been a phantom. With a casual snap of her fingers, she wiped away the decoy, flashing a proud smile as she praised his impressive technique. She openly admitted she never would have expected that kind of firepower from a first circle mage. If things were different, she actually might have taken a hit. He dropped his gaze, muttering that he never meant to go that far. Sephia reassured him that she knew. Still, she was incredibly proud of his progress. Crouching down to meet the boy's eyes, she told him that this brutal attack meant he trusted her enough to go all out and show his true strength. And as his mentor, that made her happier than anything else. She also pointed out how mind-blowing it was that he managed to craft such a high-level magic formula. Dale humbly replied that it was all thanks to her amazing guidance. Sephia beamed, watching her brilliant student grow right before her eyes. Sometime later, Sephia was chilling in a lounge, chatting with Duke Allen. He raised an eyebrow and asked what on earth happened to her bruised jaw. The elf instructor explained she caught a stray hit while sparring with her student. Allen chuckled, commenting that his kid was always causing her headaches. She shot back that teaching her protege could never be a burden. In fact, watching him thrive brought her genuine joy. Catching the perfect opening. Allen shifted his tone and made a heavy request. Intel just came in that a massive horde of orcs had crossed the mountain ridge and breached their territory. This wasn't a messy skirmish that a small cavalry squad could just mop up. Sephia instantly connected the dots. A cold shiver ran right down her spine. Voice dripping with concern, she asked if they were seriously planning to drag Dale into an active war zone. Allen quickly shot that down. The boy wasn't battle-ready yet, and there was no way he'd force his own flesh and blood to the front lines. But the Saxon family had a sworn duty to protect their lands, and Dale was the eldest heir. Sephia knew deep down that her apprentice was no ordinary kid. Allen then asked for her honest take on the situation. The Duke figured it might be time to hand his son a powerful family artifact, a specific relic that would lock down his chaotic magic and give him true control. But these kinds of relics packed overwhelming force and demanded raw, unfiltered talent from whoever wielded them. You could trigger them with pure mana, or in a desperate pinch, by burning your own life force. The stronger the relic, the wilder it was to tame. And if things went south, it could instantly wipe out the user. The Saxon bloodline had wrestled with this dark power for generations, stashing away a massive vault of these cursed items right under the duchy. As the firstborn, Dale had to gear up for the looming bloodbath. The kid was completely blown away when he heard he was finally stepping into a real high-stakes mission. His dad laid out the game plan. He'd be joining the strike team to crush the invading orc horde, which was on the verge of ripping through their borders. But before any of that, the two marched down to a massive, heavy iron door. Dale needed to master the legendary shadow power flowing through the Saxon veins. Pushing the heavy doors open, the boy's jaw practically hit the floor. The underground chamber was absolutely massive, packed to the brim with ancient relics. Every single piece was a fragment of the Demon King's legacy, fiercely guarded by his blood. These definitely weren't your everyday trinkets. They were ancient relics, pulsing with absolutely mind-bending magical power. They had warned Dale right off the bat. The stronger the artifact, the deadlier the curse attached to it. He was under strict orders to keep his hands to himself until he learned how to actually control them. But the second the two adults turned around to finish their lecture, poof, the kid was completely gone. He was already wandering deep inside the vault, casually strolling past the relics. He needed to track down something that perfectly matched his vibe. Suddenly, a chilling whisper echoed from a nearby shield. "Do you crave vengeance?" It hissed, claiming it could taste the bitter hatred and agonizing pain buried deep inside his chest. Before long, a chorus of eerie whispers joined in. Every single dark magic artifact in the room started chanting all at once. Dale instinctively grabbed his chest. These ancient weapons were literally feeding off the simmering rage boiling inside of him. Even so, none of this garbage was quite what he was looking for. He needed something with way more kick. That's exactly when he spotted it, sitting right across the room. The boy stumbled upon a pitch-black cloak that totally looked like it had just materialized out of thin air. Scanning it closely, it hit him. He knew exactly what this thing was. The Shadow Cloak, a top-tier artifact that used to belong to Duke Berta, a ruthless captain of the demon army. A monster our boy had actually slaughtered, back in his past life as a hero. This bad boy allowed its wearer to literally melt into the shadows, making them a total nightmare to fight. Without batting an eye, Dale decided to take it for a spin. Just then, Alan and Sephia burst into the aisle, frantically screaming his name. But it was too late. The cloak had already swallowed him whole, completely erasing him from their sight. Dale had been sucked straight into the artifact's twisted inner void. A demonic voice echoed through the darkness, endlessly shrieking about how starved it was. This wasn't just your run-of-the-mill shadow. Back in the day, anyone wearing this thing could command the darkness, like they were vicious living beasts. But to unlock that crazy power, you had to completely crush the entity lurking inside the fabric. And big surprise, it wasn't going to go down without a fight. Beads of sweat dripped down Dale's face. Back in the real world, the Duke and his daughter stared in horror as a massive, suffocating purple aura erupted right where the cloak used to be. The elf felt her stomach drop. This was taking way too long. Alan gritted his teeth, warning that if this dragged out any longer, his boy was going to get completely devoured by the shadow monster. Panicking, Sophia desperately asked what the game plan was. Alan coldly declared he'd have to rip the kid out by force. But right before they could pull the trigger, a blinding flash of light absolutely nuked the entire room. Dale popped back into existence, completely unharmed and flashing a cheeky smirk. "I'm totally fine," he brushed it off. Sophia sprinted over, frantically checking every inch of him for injuries. The kid just shrugged, claiming it felt like a tiny static shock, and he was 100% okay. Alan just scowled, completely mind-blown. How on earth did a mere child manage to conquer an artifact with that kind of god-tier power? Dale trotted right up to his dad, eyes sparkling with pure greed, and pitched a wild idea. Could he maybe try his luck at snagging just one more extra relic? The kid's ridiculous hype completely threw his master and the Duke off guard. But against his better judgment, Alan actually gave him the green light. And just like that, Dale launched his personal looting spree through the vault. Fast forward a few days. Dale rolls up to a sparring session with his uncle, casually rocking the Shadow Cloak. Elmut's jaw basically hits the floor the second he spots the kid draped in that legendary gear. He stammers, asking if the young master is actually feeling okay. After all, that cursed thing is notoriously impossible to tame. Dale just laughs it off, saying it only tickles a little bit. He throws out a theory that the cloak had been locked up for so long that it totally lost its juice, and just furiously clung to him the second it sensed his massive energy. Honestly, it was almost like the terrifying artifact just wanted to be best buddies. Still, a thick, suffocating black aura was literally pulsating right beneath his feet with every step he took. Flashing an innocent smile, Dale thanked his uncle for believing in him. Before casually dropping a bombshell, he wanted a real, no-holds-barred duel. You know, just for some light combat practice. Getting totally hyped, Elmut instantly drops into a fighting stance, swearing he wouldn't hold back and disappoint the young master. And it was right in that split second that Dale felt the crushing, heavy weight of the man's absolute bloodlust, the killing intent radiating off one of the 7 greatest swordsmen on the entire continent, was completely and utterly paralyzed. Just standing near the man sends a crushing weight bearing down on his bones. Helmuth flashes a confident grin, telling the kid to shake off the intimidation. He promises to rely strictly on raw swordplay, completely sealing away his aura, but that only pisses Dale off. In his eyes, a true knight throws everything they have into a fight. Still, the objective of this sparring match is crystal clear: master the mechanics of his brand new Shadow Cape. His performance right here will unlock the absolute limits of this dark artifact, and relentless training is the only path forward. Dale throws his arms wide, unleashing a vicious barrage of razor-sharp shadow blades. Helmuth reacts in a heartbeat. He delivers a single devastating swing that shatters the entire dark assault on impact. Dale freezes, completely stunned. Zero aura, yet packing that kind of monstrous raw power. Helmuth casually applauds the young master's effort before stepping forward, declaring that it is his turn to go on the offensive. Dale scrambles backward, his face tight with pure panic as he barely sidesteps a lightning-fast slash. Helmut tracks the kid's every twitch. He watches in pure fascination as the artifact's swirling black energy morphs into hidden traps. But even with that trick, the boy's desperate defense just is not cutting it. Helmuth launches into the air, bringing down a direct heavy blow. Dale thrusts his hands up to block. Gritting his teeth, he barely catches the strike. The massive shockwave forces him back, yet his pitch-black defensive hurricane holds strong. Helmuth furrows his brow, genuinely impressed. That swing packed enough terrifying force to shatter standard steel into dust. Only a top-tier magical relic could soak up that kind of damage. Helmut loudly declares they will trade exactly 10 more blows, and this time he is holding absolutely nothing back. Later that afternoon, the spectating knights whisper in total awe. They openly admit that not a single one of them had ever survived more than 2 measly clashes. Despite being just a kid, Dale stood his ground like an absolute, unshakable mountain. A few days later, dawn breaks on the morning of deployment. Dale shares a quiet moment with his mother. Elena softly confesses that no matter how hard, she tries to make peace with the situation, she just cannot stomach the agonizing thought of sending her precious boy straight into a bloodbath. She desperately tries to calm her racing heart, clinging to the fact that Helmuth and his father will be watching his back. But the gnawing dread, simply looking her in the eye, Dale lays bare his own burning resolve. He craves supreme power so he can rightfully inherit the duchy one day. And when that fated moment finally arrives, he intends to be an unbreakable shield for his father, his mother, and he gently begs her to let him forge himself in the fires of battle for their sake. Fighting back bitter tears, Elena finally nods. Her only demand is that he stays incredibly safe out there. Dale leaps onto his armored steed, swearing on his life that he will return home soon. As the morning sun pierces the horizon over at the forward operating base, Helmuth is busy rallying a massive, heavily armed cavalry. Alan turns to gaze at his son, and firmly tells the boy to issue the final marching orders himself. He makes it crystal clear this elite black cavalry will belong entirely to Dale one day, so he better start learning how to command the battlefield right now. The heavy weight of his father's words clicks instantly. These fierce warriors are no longer just his dad's troops, they are his. Throwing his hand high into the air, the young heir roars that it is time to ride out, and they will carve a bloody path of glory for House Saxon. The armored giants thrust their gleaming weapons toward the sky, roaring back that they will follow the young master to the very gates of hell. With a thunderous boom of hooves, the entire platoon surges violently toward the war zone. For this brutal skirmish, a grand total of 250 have been mobilized, perfectly backed by a lethal sniper unit, locked down deep within the White Mountains, known as the formidable Winter Watchers. Waiting on the opposite side, a savage, bloodthirsty horde of roughly 1,000 monstrous. They are aggressively pushing across the upper banks of the Saxon River, desperate to escape freezing starvation, and are minutes away from invading the lower territories. The brilliant strategy is to launch a devastating ambush before those monsters can cross. But the only physical way for 250 heavily armored men to instantly bypass a roaring, freezing river is raw magic. Sophia confidently strides forward, commanding the troops to clear the area. She begins weaving a massive incantation, loudly declaring she is about to forge a colossal bridge of solid ice. Dale beams with pure pride seeing his mentor stepping up on the front lines. But his smile fades when he realizes the agonizing mental toll this takes on her. For a gentle soul, deeply sworn to absolute pacifism, thrust into a gory military crusade, roaring with magical power, Sophia erupts a gargantuan thick enough to easily carry the crushing weight of an entire steel-clad army. Exhausted but smiling, the beautiful elf proudly states she will do whatever it takes to secure the Duke's grand victory. Alan gives her a deep, grateful nod. Meanwhile, Dale stares at his brave master, his eyes shining with absolute, undeniable respect, and bids him farewell. Sophia presses a hand firmly over her heart. A turbulent emotion stirs deep inside her. Watching her student walk away, hot tears begin to prick her eyes. She never imagined she'd end up with an apprentice who genuinely cared for her this much. A short time later, the scene aggressively shifts to the temporary orc encampment. The elite reconnaissance squad, known as the Winter Watchers, lie in wait for the perfect ambush. Suddenly, blazing arrows streak across the night sky like fireworks, raining pure hell upon the enemy base. The orcs are caught completely off guard. Dozens are slaughtered before they can even blink, instantly carpeting the muddy ground with lifeless bodies. Helmet barks the absolute order for the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd Cavalry battalions to push forward. The heavily armored knights charge in a brutal wedge formation. Watching the stampede, Helmet asks Dale for his tactical take on the situation. The boy, however, is deeply lost in his own. He frantically analyzes the horse's velocity, the crushing, and the brutal mechanics of the couched lance. It's a devastating tactic designed to shatter enemy defenses, while maintaining a safe distance of 3 to 4 meters, becoming even more lethal when infused with a knight's blinding aura. Dale realizes this assault is an absolute, one-sided massacre. Helmet nods, boasting that this is the true, terrifying might of the ducal house's cavalry. But he immediately warns him not to let his guard down just yet. This bloodbath is just getting started. The surviving orcs quickly fall back into formation and push forward, hoisting massive iron shields and jagged spears. The surprise attack dealt incredibly but failed to wipe them out entirely. Now it's time to regroup the ranks and grind the monsters down with relentless hit-and-run strikes. A bright flare shoots into the sky, the absolute signal to fall back. The troops disengage without a second thought. As the thundering hooves retreat, the orcs stand bewildered for a split second, before their confusion violently shifts into bloodthirsty rage. While one of the retreating knights gallops away, the beasts hurl their spears straight at him. A massive javelin brutally impales his warhorse. The beast collapses, violently launching its rider straight into the dirt. Dale watches the entire horror unfold. A heavy lump forms in his throat. Even though the soldier hasn't sustained fatal injuries yet, the Duke is already writing him off as a lost cause. A hulking orc sprints in to deliver the finishing blow. Dale whips his head around, demanding to know why his father and uncle are just standing there watching. The two older men simply exchange a cold stare in dead silence. The boy's mind races. Dismounting would waste precious seconds. The only viable option left is a ranged magical strike. But orc skin is terrifyingly thicker and far tougher than standard monster hide. He frantically tweaks his ice magic equation. Dale decides to integrate a long-range sniper framework, blending it with an assault rifle variant, drastically boosting both its stopping power and aerodynamic stability. He shapes his fingers into a literal gun, aiming carefully at the monster preparing to butcher the downed knight. The hulking brute raises its... Dale pulls the trigger. The icy projectile mercilessly blows a hole right through the orc's head. Helmet's jaw drops. Sniping a moving target from this distance is downright terrifying, but Dale is already leaping into action. The Duke orders Helmet to let the kid off the leash. Crafting such an incredibly unique spell at his age proves his lethal potential, and violently reveals that Dale's inner domain is completely primed for real warfare. Face set in stone, the boy charges straight into the bloody battlefield. The green-skinned monsters finish tightening their ranks, and one aggressively rushes forward. Dale immediately faces two massive problems at once. First, the grounded knight is hyperventilating and scrambling to find his footing. Second, his complex spell takes way too long for close-quarters brawling. He has to violently strip the formula down on the fly. His brain kicks into overdrive, forging a brand new variation, something blazing fast. A point-blank shot structurally complex, yet perfectly streamlined for the brutal trenches. The raw concept materializes instantly in armor-piercing ice. The terrified knight notices Dale sprinting in, and so does the blood-crazed orc. In that exact split second, Dale fires his frozen round. It carves a deadly arc through the air, slamming right into the enemy's skull. The massive beast drops dead on the spot. Still reeling, the knight stares at the kid in pure shock, asking why he'd risk his own neck just to save a lowly soldier. Dale casually hops off his horse and strolls over without breaking a sweat. "Don't sweat it," he says. "House Saxon never turns its back on a loyal blade." The wounded man struggles to his feet, but two more towering brutes are already closing, in absolute murder burning in their eyes. But Dale isn't about to let that happen. He thrusts his hand forward, and the second those freaks step into range, he unleashes his shadow blades. A blinding violet aura explodes across the battlefield, instantly shattering the beast's weapons like cheap glass. Smirking like a total badass, the kid orders his dark energy to feast. Instantly, the monster's eyes roll back, going completely dead and hollow. A crackling dome of purple magic completely engulfs the hulking brute until it finally crumbles, dropping totally lifeless right next to its buddy. In a matter of seconds, its flesh melts away into bare bone, all thanks to the kid's terrifying necromancy. Flashing a wicked grin, Dale casually wonders out loud why the rest of the horde hasn't bolted yet. To wrap things up, he fires off one last piercing bullet of ice. With the trash finally taken out, the young heir pivots back to the bleeding soldier. The guy is still shaking like a leaf, so Dale gently assures him the nightmare is over. But the poor guy chokes out that he can't feel his legs. Dale clocks the damage and doesn't even blink, showing off totally insane strength for an 8-year-old kid. He hauls the heavy warrior up and drags him to safety. He casually mentions he's leaving the cleanup crew duties to his uncle Elmout. Catching sight of this, Elmout cracks a massive, proud grin and fiercely orders every single battalion to launch a massive, all-out assault. Fired up and completely hyped, the troops absolutely roar, charging headfirst into the slaughter, all for their badass young master. A little while later, back at the Saxon war camp, intel officially confirms the Greenskins have been totally wiped out. The raid is a total success. But then, the towering Duke summons his son. He's got one hell of a serious question about the skirmish. He demands to know the real reason his kid charged head-on completely solo, straight into the jaws of the enemy line. Clearly ticked off, the massive lord glares down at Dale, demanding to know what possessed him to pull such a suicidal, reckless stunt. The kid is totally baffled, sweating bullets, unable to wrap his head around why he's getting chewed out. Taking a breath, Dale tries to explain why he rushed deep into hostile territory. He genuinely believes these brave knights will fight under his banner one day, so diving in to protect his own was simply the right thing to do. But the Duke coldly shuts him down, calling it a pathetic excuse. Fired up, Dale claps right back, pointing out that his dad is famously protective of his men, so how could he just stand there and watch a loyal soldier bleed out? Alan sighs, strictly explaining that the hardened warriors of the northern border never expect a hero to swoop in and save them. Out here, you either fight tooth and nail for your own life, or you die. Any weakling who fights expecting a knight in shining armor to bail them out won't last a single day in this frozen hellscape. Every single man must sharpen his own fangs to survive, and the Lord of the North only steps into the fray when the threat completely eclipses anything his men can physically handle. Dale freezes, realizing he can't argue with that brutal logic. A heavy, hollow ache hits his chest, as it clicks that he totally forgot a harsh, bloody lesson he literally lived by in his past life. Still right after the chewing out, his tough-as-nails dad gently rests a massive hand on his shoulder. He respects that his boy actually had the guts to stand up for what he believed in, telling him to never, ever lose that fire. Tossing the tent flap wide open to let the blinding sun pour in, the imposing Duke calls for them to finally head back home. The wild tale of the tiny Duke's heir diving into the meat grinder to save a lone knight was absolute gold. Literally the exact kind of juicy gossip the Empire's nobles lived for. One hyped-up loudmouth even swore up and down that the kid completely butchered over 1,000 massive monsters, all by himself. Honestly, the crazy rumor spread faster than a raging wildfire. The whole circus was insanely cringeworthy for Dale, but the epic stunt ended up injecting a massive wave of fierce loyalty straight into the duchy. Fast forward a bit. Back at the dusty training grounds, the battle-hardened veterans practically started worshipping the kid, like he was some kind of absolute war god. Flustered as hell, he awkwardly begged them to knock it off. But Elmout, he completely disagreed. He firmly insisted this was a true badge of honor, urging Dale to embrace it completely. Throwing his hand up to fire up the troops, he roared that this exact kind of recognition forged their strength. And naturally, the soldiers' morale instantly skyrocketed. Just then, a maid quietly stepped forward with urgent news. The highly anticipated guests from House Orlohart were pulling up. Dale gave her a quick nod of thanks and they both scrambled to get ready and head out. The young boy knew deep down he was about to cross paths with some serious heavyweights. House Orlohart wasn't just any family. They were a legendary bloodline of fierce warriors. Back in the day, they stood as one of the mighty, noble pillars of the Teutonia Kingdom under Bartel's iron command. But when the vicious unification war hit, Teutonia crumbled into dust the moment the divine sword fell. The entire family lost everything. Elmout looked completely crushed, likely haunted by the memory of the very man who sparked his fiery dream of becoming a knight, a flashback that clearly left a bitter, agonizing aftertaste. Stepping into the grand main hall where Dale's parents were already pacing, the Duke immediately checked if the boy had kept up his brutal training. Dale confidently swore he had. Suddenly, the grand doors swung open as a butler announced the arrivals. Alan barked a strict order to treat these guests with absolute, unquestionable reverence. A solemn woman, draped heavily in dark mourning clothes, slowly stepped forward, clutching the hand of a small blonde girl. The woman softly introduced herself as Vanessa Orlohart, bowing deeply to the Duke of Saxony in pure humility. But the little girl stood there frozen like an ice statue. Vanessa shot her a sharp, scolding glare before introducing her stubborn daughter, Charlotte Orlohart. The kid was visibly seething, hating every second of this charade. Dale's jaw nearly dropped when Charlotte snapped at her own mother right there in the open hall. The blonde girl viciously demanded to know what this pathetic display was, and why her mother was bowing down to these absolute strangers. Stepping in to diffuse the rapidly exploding tension, the Duke gently brushed it off, chalking her attitude up to their gruelingly exhausting journey. He then shot Dale a look, politely ordering him to escort Lady Charlotte and give her a grand welcoming tour of the castle grounds. Flashing a warm, friendly grin, the young boy kindly extended his hand toward her. Charlotte just stared dead into his eyes with freezing hostility and viciously slapped his hand away. Dale flinched, a sharp, shocking sting radiating through his palm. The Duke and Elena gasped, totally blindsided by her sheer disrespect. For a split second, Charlotte realized she'd crossed a major line, but she completely refused to utter a single apology. Instead, she coldly sneered that such overly familiar garbage was exactly what you'd expect from filthy, uneducated imperial nobles. Furious, her mother demanded she apologize immediately, but Charlotte just coldly turned her back and stomped off down the corridor. Panicking, a desperate Vanessa screamed for her to stop. Spinning back to the Duke and Duchess, she frantically begged for mercy regarding her daughter's outrageous behavior. She swore blindly that Charlotte was never usually this wildly defiant. The poor girl's mind was just completely shattered by some terrifying recent events. Elena, deeply concerned, pressed for the horrific truth. Vanessa finally spilled the dark secret. Count Brandenburg was recently crowned as the ruthless inspector of their very own lands. This twisted monster was infamous across the entire empire. Known for his terrifying skills and universally feared under the disgusting title of the Pig King, he was sickeningly obsessed with breeding a massively powerful heir. To achieve this sick goal, he aggressively hunted down any uniquely gifted sword fighter, completely ignoring their age or gender. He didn't even care if it was a tiny girl who hadn't even hit puberty yet. Vanessa choked back a sob, explaining how she barely managed to grab her daughter and flee into the dead of night, slipping away at the absolute. They escaped right before his filthy claws could snatch her away. But deep down, a mother knows that a nightmare like that leaves permanent bleeding scars on a child's soul. With her voice violently trembling, she tragically declared she'd burn the world down to protect her precious Charlotte. But the harsh reality was brutal, as a totally ruined fallen noble. She didn't possess a single ounce of power to stop him. Throwing her pride away, she desperately begged the Duke to hide her daughter here, even if it meant scrubbing floors as a lowly maid. If she stayed in this fortress, that vile Pig King could never ever touch her again. Meanwhile, deep inside the sprawling castle halls, Dale and Charlotte were completely alone. The young boy awkwardly rubbed the back of his neck, calling out to ask if she even had a clue where she was, angrily storming off to. Charlotte flatly admitted she had zero idea. A heavy silence hung in the air before she finally quietly asked if his violently slapped hand was all right. Dale just shrugged it off, telling her it was totally fine and not to sweat it. Suddenly gripping the hilt of her sword with deadly, the fierce blonde muttered that she was incredibly relieved. Then, without a single shred of warning, she ripped the gleaming blade from its scabbard and aimed it straight at his chest. With an icy, demanding tone, she demanded a full-on bloody duel. She barked the challenge at him like he was just some pathetic foot soldier, screaming at him to draw his weapon. Right this very second, a cold, terrified sweat broke out on Dale's forehead. Wow, this crazy girl was 100% a pure, unhinged, loose cannon. Despite her violently screaming for a clash of blades, Dale nervously backed up, flatly stating he'd need a heavily justified reason before crossing swords with a crazy guest. The girl confessed that whispers of his legendary feats were everywhere. A terrifyingly gifted mage who had slaughtered over 1,000 orcs and even pulled a knight from the jaws of death. This was exactly the kind of dangerous spotlight Dale knew would drag Charlotte into a deadly crossfire. Crushing someone with that kind of reputation would forge her own legacy. More importantly, it would prove to her family that she could shield them from him, the swordmaster Count Brandenburg. Just hearing that cursed name sent an icy chill straight down Dale's spine. He knew that face intimately. It was burned into his memory, belonging to yet another imperial piece of trash who had stabbed him in the back in his past life. For a fleeting second, Dale realized their crosshairs were locked on the same target. Maybe they could actually join forces. But first he needed to give her a harsh reality check. Turning his back to her, he strolled over to a wooden barrel stuffed with training blades and snatched one up. Seeing the sheer confusion painted across her face, he leveled his blade dead at the blonde girl and dared her to come at him, with absolute killer intent. Her eyes igniting with pure fury, Charlotte snapped back that he didn't have to ask twice. She exploded forward like a crack of lightning. Steel slammed into steel with a deafening screech. Charlotte was lethal. She actually managed to slice right through Dale's defenses, again and again, packing a devastating amount of aura into every single strike. Just as mages weave mana through intricate spell circles, knights shatter their own physical limits by condensing raw aura deep inside their veins. Every slash she unleashed carried that bone-crushing weight. Yet even against this onslaught, Dale parried her effortlessly. He barely broke a sweat. Every time he slipped past a deadly swing, she whipped right back with a vicious counter. The girl's legendary bloodline was the real deal. Her raw talent was completely off the charts, totally destroying his initial expectations. The brutal sparring match dragged out the sharp ringing of colliding metal, echoing across the training grounds. But amidst the chaos, Dale picked up on something subtle. Charlotte wasn't just swinging a sword. She was dragging a massive, invisible burden. Her father had perished before she even drew her first breath. Yet her mother had force-fed her tales of his glory, a wielder of the divine sword, a titan who refused to take a single step backward, even as their homeland burned to ash and their noble house crumbled into dust. Charlotte was convinced she had to inherit that mantle. She had to grip that blade and become the ultimate shield for her loved ones, stepping into the shoes of a ghost. But her mind was spiraling. Why couldn't she crush this arrogant boy when she was pouring her very soul into these attacks? Pushing off the dirt, she lunged again. Her blade drove straight for Dale's gut like a missile. With a blur of motion, he slipped the thrust and immediately shoved her back with brutal force. Charlotte stumbled, totally shattered. Her pride couldn't process the reality. How the hell was the daughter of the divine sword losing this badly? Dale looked her dead in the eye and delivered the cold, hard truth. The flaw: she wasn't the divine sword. Not yet. It was totally fine to idolize her fallen father, but with her current pathetic level of strength, she would never be able to protect her family from that monster of a count. He was leagues above her, absolutely crushed. Charlotte broke down, hot tears streaming down her face. Her voice cracked as she begged to know what she was supposed to do now. Dale turned back to face her, locking in a deadly serious vow. Staking his own family's honor on the line, he swore to become the absolute guardian of House Aurelard. Charlotte's tear-filled eyes shot wide open in pure shock. He didn't stop there. He declared that until the very day she grew powerful enough to strike him down, he and his entire bloodline would act as her unbreakable shield. Completely dumbfounded, she choked out a single question. Why? Dale flashed a confident smirk. Simply put, she was worth the investment. Then he flipped the script. He asked the trembling blonde if she was ready to swear an oath that when the time came, she would pledge her absolute loyalty and become the ultimate sword of House Saxon. A bright, teary smile finally broke across Charlotte's face. There was no way in hell she was turning down a lifeline like that. Sinking to one knee, she swore her absolute fealty to him with the pride of a true knight. To a bystander, it looked like a simple playground promise. But that exact moment forged an unbreakable contract that would violently shake the very foundation of their world. Two terrifying young prodigies had just locked in a game-changing alliance. Sometime later, deep inside the luxurious office of Duke Saxon, Dale stood face to face with his father. Alan calmly revealed that exactly as his son had requested, Lady Orelart had officially been absorbed into their mighty duchy as a retainer. He casually noted how incredibly random the request was at first, but the second he heard that the fiercely proud Charlotte had actually accepted the deal, he immediately knew his son had been pulling some serious strings behind the scenes. Dale backed her up, revealing they'd forged a mutual pact. He'd sworn on his family's bloodline to shield House Orley Hart. The Duke narrowed his eyes, grilling the boy on whether this was just a pathetic. Dale shut that down immediately. He claimed he sensed an absolute monster of a talent hiding inside her, pulsing alongside the dormant bloodline of the divine sword. Then, he laid his real endgame on the table. By locking in this oath now, he planned to forge a brand new divine sword. The Duke let his eyelids flutter shut, a quiet smirk of approval resting on his face. Dale grinned, knowing he'd completely won his father over. Meanwhile, miles away in the ancient Teutonia capital of Malbork, a wine glass shattered violently against the stone floor. Count Brandenburg towered over the wreckage, absolutely seething. How dare those idiots fail him? How did they let themselves get played so easily? A trembling soldier stuttered out that their elite assassins got butchered, long before they even crossed into Saxon territory. All fingers pointed straight at Charlotte Orleans. The Count squeezed his eyes shut, his boiling rage threatening to spill over. He hissed under his breath, cursing every single one of his men as completely, utterly. Stalking over to a majestic blade mounted on his wall, he dragged his fingertips across the cold steel. Suddenly, a brutal memory from the battlefield flashed through his mind, from what felt like a lifetime ago. He whispered to the legendary sword, Durendal. Asked to him this wasn't some hunk of metal. She was his bride. He softly begged her to hold out just a little longer, promising to breed the ultimate bloodline worthy of wielding her once more. Snapping his death glare back to the soldier, he barked out a fresh command. Hit up the criminal underworld, hire the Thieves Guild, and deploy them. Straight into the duchy immediately. Flashing a sinister grin, he made it crystal clear, blank check. Money was no object. He wanted Charlotte dragged back here, no matter the body count. Flash forward 1 week since the kids swore their blood oath. Charlotte had been drowning in grueling etiquette training as a lady-in-waiting, but clashing swords with Dale, that became their daily ritual. Uncle Helmut supervised every single match. Dropping into his stance, Dale flashed an arrogant smirk, totally fired up. Charlotte mirrored him, though she swallowed hard, fighting her nerves. Helmuth shut his eyes briefly, then yelled the command to engage. Their steel crashed together in a blur of motion. Dale controlled the pacing, weaving past her frantic strikes, like a ghost, but Charlotte flat-out refused to back down. The young heir couldn't help but notice her insane growth rate. She was actually parrying his heavy blows now. Helmuth watched the sparks fly, swelling with quiet pride. Up close. This wasn't some kiddie playground brawl. They were throwing down like hardcore seasoned knights. Even so, a shiver crawled up the veteran's spine. A suffocating bloodlust and blinding speed poured off both of these kids the deeper they got into the zone. Dale desperately whipped his heavy cape up, trying to smother an incoming slash. Charlotte caught the microsecond opening. She lunged inside his guard, exploding forward with a lethal thrust. Clang. Helmuth intercepted the blade, cutting the spar short. He nodded, praising her brutal but Charlotte didn't care about gold stars. She told him to drop the sugar-coated fluff, demanding to know where she was still screwing up. Helmuth locked eyes with her, testing her. Did she even know the core philosophy behind wielding a rapier? The fiery blonde stated the obvious. It's all about the thrust. Wrong. He shook his head. The ultimate key, footwork, Pure, fluid motion and battlefield spacing. Dale broke it down for her perfectly, closing the gap instantly, then ghosting out of the way of every counterattack. The exact second he moved, Charlotte should have faded back, bought herself some breathing room, and hunted for a fresh blind spot. Her center of gravity and footwork were a complete disjointed mess. Because she grew up without a proper master, her entire foundation had to be smashed and rebuilt entirely from scratch. Catching her sudden pout, Dale playfully ruffled her hair, laughing that he was just messing with her. She was pretty adorable when she was mad, after all. The heavy tension finally melted away. Now forging a mana circle. That's an agonizingly slow, puzzle-like grind. A mage has to literally feel the raw energy churning around their heart, waiting for a stable root to finally anchor itself. For some, it takes actual decades of sweating blood. Out of nowhere, Cephiad hit Dale with a heavy question. Had the kid already fully unlocked his second circle? The kid gives a confident nod. Mana rotation is measured in revolutions per minute, and your average first circle mage usually caps out around 300 revs a minute. Dale absolutely shatters that benchmark, proving he's already packing enough firepower to hit the third circle. But instead of rushing ahead, the skills he already has, he starts tweaking his ice bullet spell, compressing the molecular bonds to maximize the sheer weight and density of the icy projectile. Locking his sights on a sturdy tree trunk, he dials in his focus and lets it rip. The icy slug blasts right through the solid wood like paper. Dale stares at the clean hole, wondering if it was really this easy to craft armor-piercing artillery from scratch. Watching from the sidelines, Cephia flashes a proud smile. She knew this would happen. The kid is an absolute prodigy. Dale, however, gives all the credit to his mentor, vowing he'll be forever in her debt. From saving the wounded knight to helping out with the whole Charlotte situation, every hurdle they've crossed has only cemented the elf's rock-solid trust in him. To Cephia, his raw potential is almost terrifyingly huge, yet she couldn't be prouder of her star pupil. Overcome with warmth, she pulls him into a tight hug. The sudden affection leaves the poor guy totally flustered. Fast forward to golden hour in the castle's grand courtyard, and Dale's mind is still looping that moment with Cephia. Man. Shaking off the thought, he shifts gears back to the daily grind. Eyes narrowed, he summons a massive barrier of frost. He thrusts his hands forward, channeling raw mana. This time, he experiments forging an ice bullet shaped exactly like a shotgun shell. Bam! A vicious spread of icy shrapnel explodes forward, peppering the target with devastating accuracy. A few jagged shards ricochet back, forcing Dale to instantly pop a quick shield to block the recoil. Surveying the icy destruction, his tactical brain starts ticking. Maybe next time he can weave in an explosive fragmentation effect. Still at it, a voice suddenly chimes in. It's Charlotte, strolling up genuinely surprised to catch him grinding so late. She casually drops that she was just out practicing those slick footwork drills Helmet taught her. Dale smirks, noting that. She's really turning into a combat nerd. The blonde girl flashes a bright smile, but then her tone shifts into a clumsy apology. Looking down, she confesses she acted like a total spoiled brat towards him before, slipping up and casually using his first name. Panicking, she quickly corrects herself, stammering out a formal, young master. Dale just closes his eyes, letting out a soft sigh as he takes it in. Yeah, she really was a nightmare back then, and honestly, that's putting it lightly. But a smirk quickly breaks across his face. Relax, he chuckles, telling her he'll make a rare exception and let it slide. Charlotte's eyes go wide, completely stunned. Wait, are you serious? He nods, telling her to drop the stiff formalities. Catching a vibe, the two just lean back against a frosted oak, shooting the breeze. Charlotte looks up, murmuring about how much she actually loves the biting chill of the night. Even when you're sweating through a midnight workout, that crisp, freezing breeze just makes everything feel crystal clear. Dale totally agrees, stealing a glance at her glowing smile. It suddenly hits him. He finally found someone who totally gets his vibe. And just for a split second, his chest flutters. Meanwhile, high up in a cozy lit window, the two teens are being fiercely stalked. Elena giggles, whispering to her husband that their little boy has officially entered his flirting era. The Duke chuckles, asking his wife if she seriously thinks those two would make a solid endgame couple. With a knowing smirk, she says only time will tell. But Elena firmly adds that a good mom's real job is wingmanning her kid. So he finally stops running from his feelings. Fast forward a bit. Out in the gritty slums of the duchy, Elena is chatting up a local baker, gently urging the old man to look after his failing health. This rundown corner of the city is absolutely swarming with beggars and strays, which makes it the perfect spot for the Duchess's heavy charity work, handing out hot meals and critical survival supplies. And this time around, Charlotte and Dale have been tagging along to lend a hand. While patrolling the dirty alleys, a filthy kid in ragged clothes suddenly rushes up to Charlotte. Bawling his eyes out, he begs for help, claiming his mom is in mortal danger. But Dale's danger radar instantly spikes. Why is this random kid begging a teenage girl for help instead of a grown adult? Worse, they were wandering way too far from their armed escort. Scanning the shadowy rooftops like a hawk, he spots a sketchy, hooded figure lurking above. The trap was set. He immediately clocks that this supposed victim is actually the bait for a notoriously nasty gang of thieves. These goons were definitely sent by Saxon, and Charlotte was their undeniable target. The little boy begged them to stay put, promising he'd be right back with his mom. But instead of a mother, a pack of ruthless thugs, armed to the teeth with hunting knives, stepped out of the shadows. The ringleader smirked, mocking how he never expected to find a pampered noble in such a filthy, dangerous slum. He sneered that they only wanted the maid standing next to him, warning the young master to butt out if he knew what was good for him. Pointing his blade, he threatened Dale, warning the kid he'd get sliced up if he tried. Dale just flashed a cold smile. He calmly stated he took an oath to protect his friend, especially from street trash like them. The bandit barked out a laugh, sarcastically praising the little noble's cute sense of chivalry. But he mocked that the kid really needed a harsh reality check about the situation. As the other thugs closed in, the boss growled that it was time to teach Dale a brutal lesson about the real world. Panic flashed in Charlotte's eyes. She frantically warned him that she left her sword back at the estate. Dale didn't even flinch. He calmly told her not to sweat it, seeing this as the absolute perfect test drive for his brand new skill, the Shadow Cloak. As the bloodthirsty bandits swarmed closer, Dale stood his ground like a stone wall. A menacing purple aura erupted from his body, whipping up and sensing the lethal pressure, the boss frantically screamed at his men to fall back. The shadowy hurricane violently exploded outward, blowing the attackers away like ragdolls. But one unlucky thug was completely swallowed whole by the pitch-black energy. The Shadow Cloak forcefully injected a demonic parasite straight into the bandit's veins, twisting him into a horrifying undead puppet. A literal zombie, acting on its own instinct. The ringleader watched, absolutely, utterly. The possessed thug mutated into a grotesque monstrosity. Jagged, razor-sharp claws violently ripping. Salivating, it started chanting over and over. "Hungry. I'm so damn hungry." Trembling with sheer panic, the boss ordered his surviving men to slaughter the abomination immediately. A green-haired assassin snapped, screaming that he didn't give a damn who this kid was anymore. One slip-up meant they were all dead meat. The frantic bandits recklessly charged straight at Dale, blazing forward with blinding speed. The green-haired killer aggressively circled our hero, unleashing a lethal barrage of throwing daggers. But Dale effortlessly deflected every single blade, fully shielded by his pitch-black aura. Without missing a beat, the assassin desperately lunged forward, throwing his entire body into a final point-blank strike. But Dale was already waiting. He ruthlessly triggered his devastating 12-gauge double-barrel shotgun skill. The brutal explosive blast caught the enemy dead center, blasting him violently through the air. Charlotte watched the absolute carnage unfold, her jaw practically hitting the floor in total shock. Meanwhile, Dale's grotesque undead minion was brutally slaughtering the rest of the terrified henchmen. Coughing up blood, the heavily wounded boss roared that he wasn't done yet, recklessly charging right at our hero, only to slam face first into a glowing lethal magic trap Dale had secretly planted. In the background, the undead kept ominously chanting, "Hungry. So damn hungry," as it viciously ripped apart the final bandit. With the bloodbath over, Dale calmly strolled over to Charlotte, softly checking if she was hurt. The one pathetic survivor stared at the gruesome horror movie-level massacre, screaming his lungs out in pure terror. Before the rat could scurry away, Dale coldly blasted a freezing ice bullet straight through his kneecap. He then casually canceled his magic, instantly dropping the violently twitching undead minion. The cornered, bleeding thief practically begged for his life, sobbing and promising to spill absolutely everything he knew. He desperately swore he'd leak every single piece of inside info, every dark secret they wanted. But before another word left his mouth, A bullet tore right through his skull. Dale coldly spat that he didn't give a damn about his excuses. The lifeless bandit collapsed into the dirt. Charlotte frantically glanced around, completely traumatized by the sudden massacre. Dale quietly explained that this was the terrifying true face of the Saxon Duchy, a dark, brutal reality that terrified the masses. But it was also the exact brutal power required to keep her safe. His eyes softening, he anxiously asked how she was holding up after witnessing all of that. He softly asked if she was scared. Charlotte took a deep, shaky breath, closing her eyes for a second, before giving a brave nod, saying she was completely fine, just as her friend had fought tooth and nail to keep her safe. She declared that following the oath they swore yesterday, she had made her own silent vow that her family would serve as the impenetrable shield guarding his life. And moving forward, she fully intended to repay his profound kindness by forging herself into a blade swung exclusively for his sake. Beaming with fierce enthusiasm, she thanked Dale for revealing this new path to her, vowing to push beyond her limits and grow unimaginably strong. This raw confession caught the boy completely off guard. He drifted off into his own swirling thoughts, desperately trying to untangle exactly why he felt this overwhelming primal urge to keep Charlotte out of harm's way. A fraction of it seemed anchored in the heavy guilt he shouldered regarding the Order of Babel. But as he reached out and gently grasped her hand, he suddenly realized that if Charlotte genuinely meant to be his sword, those words carried a weight far more colossal than he had ever anticipated. The hands of the two children locked together, cementing the dawn of an unbreakable bond that no force in this world could ever shatter. Meanwhile, deep within the territory of the Count of Brandenburg, the man stood frozen at his desk, drenched in cold sweat, his fingers trembling violently. Clutched tightly in his grip was a letter. The sender acknowledged the grueling nature of the journey, yet formally summoned him to the Duke of Saxon's stronghold anyway, practically demanding he respect the weight of this invitation and not dare refuse it. This was an absolute decree straight from the Black Duke, who held him entirely accountable for the recent disaster. It was a cornered situation that left absolutely no escape route even for the legendary warrior known as the Sword Saint. A handful of days later, Brandenburg stood face to face with the Duke, inside the imposing walls of the Saxon castle. Alan casually noted that the trek must have been utterly exhausting. He smoothly claimed he hadn't expected him to arrive quite so swiftly, offering a faux apology if their hospitality fell short of his standards. Visibly strung tight, Brandenburg pressed a hand to his chest, respectfully countering that absolutely nothing could trump an urgent call from his grace. His sharp gaze then drifted toward the two children, while utterly sinister thoughts began gnawing at the back of his mind. He brought up the suffocating anxiety currently gripping the Empire over the recent chaos exploding across the territory. A brazen kidnapping executed in broad daylight was precisely the kind of spectacle that turned heads. He admitted he could hazard a guess as to why he had been dragged here, yet he audaciously questioned how someone of his esteemed caliber, renowned as the Emperor's loyal blade, could possibly be tangled up in something so fundamentally vile. Before another word could leave his mouth, Alan unleashed a suffocating wave of purple aura straight at him. This surging energy whipped up a monstrous gale that completely shattered the stance of Brandenburg's men in a mere heartbeat. The soldiers literally began turning to dust, swallowed whole by absolute despair as the nightmare unfolded. Brandenburg watched in sheer paralyzed horror as his elite Order of Holy Knights was utterly wiped off the map without even a chance to draw their weapons. Snapping his terrified gaze back to the Duke, he choked out a demand to know what kind of demonic magic this was. High-tier dark magic the Night Hill Storm. With a voice as cold as ice, Alan declared that if Brandenburg ever dared to lay a single finger on the children again, the duchy would ruthlessly exterminate his entire bloodline. He ordered the man to burn that warning deep into his soul and carry it to his grave. Then, flipping his tone on a dime, he warmly noted that the Count must be exhausted from his long travels, inviting him to kick back and make himself at home. Rattled to his core, Brandenburg stiffly thanked his grace for the boundless generosity. But he quickly stammered that due to pressing matters, it would be incredibly difficult for him to linger in the territory any longer. He pivoted on his heel to flee. Alan simply smiled, wishing him a remarkably safe trip back. The Count of Brandenburg was one of the Emperor's most fanatical lapdogs, and he had just walked right into something of monumental consequence. Something that was practically a ticking time bomb, rigged to blow the very foundations of the Empire straight to hell. Right now, it was nothing more than a tiny spark. But that spark was destined to erupt into an uncontrollable inferno. And when the dust finally settled, chopping off the Sword Saint's head would be a bloody privilege reserved exclusively for our protagonist. As time marched on, explosive rumors began tearing through the streets that the mighty Sword Saint had bowed like a dog before the Black Duke. Alan ripped away a heavy tarp, exposing a gruesome sight that left Sepia entirely paralyzed with shock. Sprawled out right in front of her were the mangled remains of the guild members, the exact same scumbags who had ambushed Dale that fateful afternoon. It took the teacher a long, horrifying minute to process that it was her very own student who had butchered them into this twisted state. The corpses were viciously mutilated, entirely hollowed out of their organs, battered and completely shot full of holes. For the very first time, Sophia seriously started to second-guess herself. Was her teaching method actually working? Alan, however, stepped in, declaring her absolutely essential to steer Dale's monstrous potential as his head advisor. The elf lowered her gaze, deeply conflicted. Understanding the hidden weight of this offer, perfectly, she was being asked to officially join the Saxon bloodline. This was way beyond just playing tutor. Even with Dale's father standing right there. Keeping that boy in line wasn't a one-person job, but having a powerhouse elf watching his back, that changed everything. Sophia locked in accepting with a rock-solid voice. And knowing that kid firsthand, she practically guaranteed this would be the most grueling mission she had ever tackled. Fast forward, and Dale's 10th birthday bash finally rolled around. This time around, heavy hitters from the Emperor's inner circle crashed the banquet. Standing out in the crowd was a very specific VIP, the infamous Marquis Ulysses, a red-haired guy flashing a deceptively gentle smile. He strolled right up, wearing a perfectly crafted mask of warmth, purring that it was an absolute honor to finally cross paths with young Master Dale. Before Ulysses even dropped his name, the VIPs were already losing their minds over the insane luxury of the feast. Whispers broke out, people struggling to wrap their heads around finding this kind of wealth in the freezing, brutal north. Staring down a violently lavish spread, one snooty aristocrat actually confessed that he felt like a total idiot for ever sweating. These capital snobs were the ultimate muscle flexing under the Emperor's and them crashing this party. No accident. The imperial family was firing a massive warning shot. They weren't about to sit back and play nice over what they viewed as a straight-up slap in the face to the Sword Saint. And the guy acting as their personal messenger was already moving in on Dale with that plastic grin and a surgically precise bow. Ulysses pulled the strings at the Red Magic Tower, a cult obsessed with fire, unleashing chaos and forcing order through sheer brutal dominance. His mages lived by one rule: power dictates reality, and they'd happily sell their souls to fuel bigger agendas. Dale had already survived their twisted games more than once. Ulysses casually dropped that the boy's freakish talent was the talk of the town, and that the rumors, tales of a 9-year-old kid butchering an entire orc horde just to save a family night, were absolutely mind-blowing. He slickly added that it was exactly the kind of fireworks you'd expect from the heir to a heavyweight duke. Dale hit him with a textbook polite bow, thanked him, and coldly wished the Marquis a killer stay. Later on, stalking through the empty hallways, Dale mentally groaned. Faking a smile for this annual bootlicking festival was physically draining. Given the choice, he'd be out trading blows with Charlotte right now. But on paper, the girl was nothing more than his mother's maid. It would be a fatal disaster if anyone realized the sword god's daughter was secretly mastering the blade. He was deep in his own headspace when a desperate shriek shattered the silence. A nasty, gravelly voice was barking at a girl to shut her mouth, spitting venom and calling her a filthy rat of a servant. Dale sprinted straight toward the chaos. A young maid was sprawled on the floor, sobbing and begging, stammering that she belonged to House Saxon. Looming right over her, a built red-haired thug glared down with pure disgust, snarling that a worthless slave had zero right to even breathe the duchy's name. Up above, the whole manor was partying hard for the young lord's birthday. But this creep, he was planning his own sick version of fun. Trapping the terrified girl, he commanded her to obey his every word. Dale crashed the scene instantly, demanding to know what the hell was going on. The guy clocked the young master and started stammering out a pathetic excuse. But Dale wasn't having it. The thug's face twisted into a sickening smirk as he leaned in, asking if the kid had ever tasted a woman before. He practically purred that Petro could give him a private hands-on lesson, promising the boy would absolutely love every second of it. Dale was 100% out of patience. He conjured a glowing magic circle right in the palm of his hand, vowing to rescue the terrified servant. Petro figured that in such a ruthlessly strict, class-obsessed society, the boy wouldn't dare find the nerve to strike an imperial official. Boy, was he dead wrong. A razor-sharp shard of ice whipped right past his cheek. Caught completely off guard, Petro collapsed to the dirt, the cold realization of his own mortality washing over him. Dale stood his ground. He knew perfectly well that raising a hand against an imperial lapdog invited catastrophic consequences. But he didn't give a damn. Clutching his bleeding cheek, Petro screamed, demanding to know the meaning of this outrage. Dale's voice echoed with absolute authority, commanding the man to drop to his knees and beg missive for forgiveness. She was under the protection of the Saxon household, exactly as she had fiercely proclaimed. Petro spat back that he was the emperor's personal envoy, and that disrespecting a royal delegate over a lowly servant's honor was an unforgivable crime. Dale fired right back. Was it standard imperial tradition, he mocked, to viciously torment another family's staff? Spluttering with raw rage, Petro jabbed a trembling finger at the kid. But before the standoff could violently explode, heavy footsteps announced the arrival of an audience. Ignoring the onlookers entirely, Dale issued a chilling ultimatum. This was the absolute last time he would ask the man to kneel. Ellis watched the drama unfold with a twisted little smirk, whispering to the Duke about what an incredibly entertaining show this was. Alan stepped forward, demanding an immediate explanation for the chaos. Dale didn't miss a beat, revealing how the official had deliberately attempted to abuse one of their loyal maids. The Duke scoffed, questioning if such a trivial grievance really justified humiliating Lord Petro so blatantly. Seizing the opening, Petro scrambled to get back on his feet, but Dale instantly shut him down. He hadn't given the man permission to rise. With eyes full of ice, the boy proclaimed that high-ranking elites from the imperial capital carried the heavy burden of representing the emperor's will. And this pathetic excuse for a noble had dragged that sacred name through the mud by bullying a helpless maid, and he absolutely refused to tolerate it. Suddenly, Ellis cut in, slowly clapping as he showered the young master's razor-sharp intellect. The boy's logic was totally flawless, he noted with a grin, and anyone claiming to act as the emperor's voice had absolutely no business committing such a disgraceful deed. Yet as the words left his mouth, lethal magic flared up in his palm. He whispered a single, chilling incantation, Taulara. His dead gaze locked onto Petro, and casually announced that this miserable worm deserved nothing but a gruesome death. Panting in absolute terror, Petro scrambled to run on his shaky legs. But it was completely futile, as roaring flames had already latched onto his flesh. A devastating inferno blasted him point blank, triggering agonizing screams before incinerating Petro into a pile of smoking ash. Dusting his hands off, Ellis stated that it was his solemn, bloody duty to execute anyone who dared disrespect the imperial family, before shooting a sidelong glance at Dale, noting that his expectations for the young master's future were now sky-high. Dale caught the heavy implication, instantly realizing that this chilling praise was actually a thinly veiled threat. Once the dust finally settled on the chaotic execution, the Emperor's squad marched out of the castle, returning the estate to a quiet peace. Sometime later, a gentle voice woke the young Master Dale from his slumber. Stepping closer to his bed, the maid softly murmured that it was time to start the day. Dale mumbled a quick thanks, but immediately caught a lingering shadow of sorrow clouding her eyes. He gently pressed her, asking if something was still bothering her. Biting her lip in nervous hesitation, she finally whispered that serving him was the absolute greatest honor of her life. Dale arched an eyebrow, finding it odd that she'd struggle so hard to spit out such a basic compliment. Still, he figured he'd better get comfortable with this kind of hero worship. Flashing a warm smile, he waved it off like it was absolutely no big deal. Deep down, however, he was acutely aware of his heavy, inescapable identity as the eldest heir to the mighty Saxon duchy. And with fire in his gut, he swore to weaponize every single drop of wealth and power he possessed, to completely crush the corrupt empire into dust. Later on, a grim-faced Alan summoned his son for a highly intense private chat. Leaning back, his father admitted he always saw Dale as a total prodigy, but lately, his wild, unpredictable stunts were raising some serious red flags. Treading carefully, Dale quietly asked his old man to clarify. Then, flipping the script, the boy laid out his own chilling theory. If that legendary, otherworldly hero hadn't violently perished during the brutal clash against the divine sword, Lord Bartle, the ruthless empire would have undoubtedly locked their crosshairs straight onto the Saxon territory. Alan stared at him, utterly stunned by this brazen claim, demanding to know where his son got such absolute certainty. Deep down, Dale swallowed hard, knowing damn well he could never expose. Truth be told, back in his past life, he already had the inside scoop on the Empire's sinister schemes to crush. He also knew they had sidelined the hero's power, terrified that he would spiral completely out of control. So he lays out a rock-solid argument to back up his claims. Just last year, right after the hero had slaughtered the Demon King, the Empire mysteriously refused to cleanse the lingering darkness from the land. Instead, they commanded that the cursed soil be farmed as imperial property, forcing House Saxon to bleed their own resources dry to get the job done. By dumping the responsibility of this wasteland on the Duke, the Empire guaranteed the family's wealth would keep draining away as long as the shadows remained. To make matters worse, folks across the Empire and beyond the northern borders started whispering, branding their bloodline as the Clan of Darkness. Just like how they ruthlessly cast aside the hero, the Empire's next logical move would naturally be wiping out an internal threat. Alan squints, demanding to know how on earth his son figured out. Dale smoothly brushes it off, claiming he simply pieced the puzzle together from buried historical records. The official cover story. The hero met a glorious, honorable end, clashing with the Bartle Order. Yet the grim reality is a secret, locked away by a select few, leaving the Duke utterly stunned by his son's insight. Dale drives his point home if his theory holds up. Imperial justice is just a pretty lie, covering up their brutal oppression of weaker territories. Alan realizes his boy harbors a sharp, terrifying wisdom far beyond his years. He takes a breath and asks what path should House Saxon carve out for themselves. Now Dale doesn't even blink. Coexisting with the Empire. Not a chance in hell. Their family's survival demands the total annihilation of the Empire. Alan freezes, processing the heavy blow. He barely chokes out his son's name before his face darkens into a deadly sear, demanding to know if Dale truly grasps the massive weight of his words. Dale stays cool, clarifying he isn't suggesting they rally an army and trigger a bloody rebellion tomorrow. This is a slow burn, a master plan spanning over 10 long years. Across the continent, shadowy factions are already itching for independence, led by furious rulers who, just like the Duke, were stabbed in the back by the crown. On top of that, the economy is nosediving. Bandit camps are multiplying like wildfire, and despite the so-called unification, the devastating fallout from the war only continues to rot the land. While the world burns, House Saxon must silently hoard enough sheer power to defend their own walls, and secretly funnel support to rebel movements everywhere else. Dale spills every intricate detail, talking passionately, until the sun finally dips below the horizon. Catching his breath, he asks his father for his verdict. A faint grin breaks across the Duke's hardened face, quickly erupting into a deep, booming laugh. Alan beams, declaring his son's tactical genius is completely off the charts. The kid sees miles past his own limited vision. Swelling with pride, he admits he's deeply honored to call him his son. And from this second onward, Dale isn't just the 10-year-old firstborn anymore. He demands to be treated with the heavy respect, worthy of the future absolute lord of House Saxon. Alan vows to listen and treat him as a pure equal, then casually asks his new partner in crime what their very first move should be. Dale locks eyes with him, requesting permission to tackle the lethal tower trials over in Necropolis. This brutal gauntlet forces mages to clash with monstrous tower guardians, to claw their way up the magical food chain. Crush the high-tier guardians, and you earn a seat among the elders. But the maniacs who survive to reach the very top, they walk away wearing the ultimate crown of master. Alan's brow furrows hard. He shoots down the idea, warning that it's practically a death trap. He's terrified his boy will get slaughtered. Plus, it's way too early. Dale hasn't even broken through to the third magic circle yet. Unbothered, the kid shoots back, swearing he'll hit that milestone any day now. The Duke violently shakes his head. Normally gifted mages don't even scrape the third circle until they hit 20, and bridging the gap from the second circle. That's a notoriously brutal climb for anyone. Dale doesn't flinch. He fiercely argues it's the absolute best move for his father and their entire bloodline. If he crushes the tower and proves his raw power, the Duke's authority will skyrocket. He'd have an undeniable, battle-tested heir, not just a kid hyped up by empty rumors. Alan pauses, narrowing his eyes, probing if that's the real reason behind his crazy request. Dale nods with absolute certainty. The Duke flashes a proud, knowing smirk, and finally gives the green light. Dale swears he won't let him down. Cut to a few days later, the scene shifts to the chilling city of the dead, Necropolis. 3 imposing figures step up to a colossal gate, just as a sleek vehicle rolls into view. A shadowy figure steps out, muttering that they finally made it. Instantly, the entire crowd drops to their knees, bowing low to welcome the infamous Black Grand Duke. Dale stifles a heavy yawn, still completely wiped out from the long trip. Catching sight of the insanely exaggerated bowing, he rolls his eyes, realizing these people are going way over. They're treating him with way too much suffocating formality. The second the father-son duo steps onto the grounds, hushed whispers instantly ripple through the gathered crowd. Rumor has it the young lord is an absolute magic prodigy, even if he currently looks half asleep. Another bystander chimes in, claiming his sword skills actually rival those of the Duke's elite knights. But a cocky blonde-haired guy named Velik scoffs, proudly declaring himself the Academy's absolute top graduate, and the only one truly worthy of conquering this brutal tower trial. Suddenly, a young woman strides forward, dipping into a graceful bow, to pay her deep respects to the Lord of the Tower. Her name is Iris. The Duke offers a slight nod, noting it's been quite a while since they last crossed paths. Iris isn't just anybody. She's a high-ranking elder of the Tower, serving as the chief secretary, relentlessly holding down the fort. Alan gets straight to business, ordering her to personally assist Dale throughout the upcoming trial. The young heir politely introduces himself, and with a crisp nod, Iris requests her new lord to follow her lead. As they walk, the elder explains that all 50... The heavy doors slam open, revealing an intense scene. A massive, fiercely competitive mob of participants stands locked and loaded. Iris smoothly levitates up to a commanding high ground, silencing the room with a sharp greeting before introducing herself. Her voice echoes as she lays down the brutal rules for the very first floor of the Black Magic Tower. Every single challenger needs to check the glowing life point tracker locked around their neck. This is going to be an all-out battle royale. Each collar is equipped with a defensive energy shield and one single life point. Your goal: reanimate the rotting corpses scattered across the arena to force their defensive shields to pop, and utterly shatter their life point, wiping them out of the game completely. Landing a clean, valid strike rewards you with a precious bonus point. Secure exactly, but listen up. Relying on magic artifacts is strictly forbidden, and getting caught means instant humiliating disqualification. Dale processes the intel quickly, realizing this entire setup is rigged to violently weed out the absolute weakest links as fast as possible. Meanwhile, a nearby challenger sneers loudly, pointing out that the young lord has already cracked the 3rd magic circle, despite being so young. Velik flashes a wicked grin, growling that this is exactly why they need to crush him first. A nervous rookie stammers, asking if they're even allowed to attack the noble heir. The arrogant blonde just smirks, brushing off He coldly reminds them that the second they stepped into this arena, titles vanished. Down here, everyone is just fresh meat on an equal playing field. The starting alarm violently blares, kicking off the bloodbath, and in a shocking twist, every single participant instantly locks their glowing magic circles onto Dale 1. Aggressive brute funnels dark energy straight down his arm, condensing it into a crackling purple orb, before slamming it into the dirt to yank a terrifying undead from the grave. The rest follow suit. Hideous demonic beasts claw their way out of the earth. Lethal curses fly through the air, and a horde of rotting monsters stampedes straight toward the young lord, who stands perfectly still, fully armed. A raging zombie tightly gripping a rusted machete closes the gap in a heartbeat and takes a vicious, lethal swing. Dale effortlessly deflects the blade with a magic shield, but brace yourself. It isn't. Bam! Another ghastly undead materializes out of thin air, violently. The entire crowd is stunned. Nobody even saw him cast the summoning spell. While masterfully weaving his dark magic, Dale had sneakily been flooding the battlefield with high-tier water magic, totally slipping under everyone's radar. Without missing a beat, Dale's loyal beast lunges forward ruthlessly. The rival summoner absolutely loses his mind, furious and screaming about how this brat dared to trash his precious creation. But Dale's monster is an absolute tank, flawlessly blocking every single desperate attack they throw at it. The secret to its insane durability. It's heavily plated in a thick, unbreakable suit of ice armor, personally forged by Dale, turning the undead into a practically invincible juggernaut. Seeing this, an infuriated Velik stomps forward, shouting in protest, demanding to know if flexing water magic in a necromancy test is a massive rule violation. He aggressively argues that only pure dark arts like raising and buffing rotting corpses should be permitted. Unbothered, Dale casually glances up at Iris, waiting for the verdict. He challenges them, asking if there's any strict rule against mixing magic types. The trial blazes on without a single pause. He barks back, "Enough." Backed into a corner, Velik screams at his allies to hold the line against the rotting undead, while he lunges straight for Dale. In his arrogant mind, he figures their sheer numbers will easily crush a lone target. Dale's mind races, mentally flipping through the tournament rules. Artifacts, strictly forbidden. He has to improvise. A wild, high-stakes strategy clicks into place. The young mage weaves right through the chaotic battlefield, dodging past the snarling monsters. Closing in on a blade-wielding zombie, he ducks in dangerously close. For a split second, it looks like a fatal mistake, but he violently snatches the rusted blade bare-handed and channels raw mana straight into his other fist. He rips the weapon away and obliterates the undead with a devastating, energy-packed strike. He glares down at the stolen dagger for a heartbeat, then immediately puts it to bloody work. Velik and a fellow competitor completely freeze, totally dumbfounded that a reanimated corpse was shredded so easily. They naturally assume the weapon is some kind of hidden relic, actually reconstructed the monster's bones internally to massively boost the dagger's sheer durability. The slaughter continues. Dale flashes across the arena like a deadly lightning strike, slicing through enemies one by one with razor-sharp precision. Velik's jaw drops as his own summoned meat shields are casually butchered right in front of him. It makes absolutely zero sense for a frail mage to be this lethal with a blade. With the grunts finally wiped out, Dale stalks directly toward Velik. The blonde brat realizes he is completely trapped and pathetically starts begging for mercy. Dale just smirks, reminding the coward that he won't actually die here. Then, with a brutal, clean strike to the he completely shuts the fight down. Velik crumbles to the dirt floor, knocked out cold, but keeping his health pool intact. Dale stands alone as the sole victor. He sweeps a cold, confident glare across the room. But brace yourselves, that was only phase 1. The second trial of the tower kicks off immediately. The new mission, annihilate the grotesque flesh golem. Now normally, the surviving participants would actually have to team up to stand a chance. But since Dale aggressively wiped the floor with everyone, he is stepping up to the boss completely solo. However, unlike the previous round, the gloves are off. All forms of magic are fully permitted. External items are still strictly banned, ruling out his special cloak. Still, this is a golden opportunity. Dale can finally unleash his third circle magic. Packing massive power, the hulking golem charges without a second thought. Its giant fist crashes down with bone-crushing force. The devastating impact booms like thunder, and the hideous beast cracks a wicked grin, dead sure that the boy is a goner. But a split second later, the monster panics, suddenly realizing its own massive hand is engulfed in sinister dark purple flames. The hellish fire burns relentlessly. Dale had silently planted the deadly spell, right before the monster's punch even landed. He calls this vicious technique corrupted acceleration, a custom deadly skill forged by Dale himself. Pulling off something this complex is unheard of for a kid his age. Rather than instantly executing the target, the spell viciously rots the victim from the inside out. Back in his brutal past life, Dale learned a golden rule when fighting freakish monsters. Biological warfare is hands down the absolute best way to win. Inch by inch, a sickening stench of decaying flesh wafts off the crumbling golem. Honestly, very few people truly grasp just how terrifying this dark magic really is. Dale completely crushes the trial, shattering historical records, all the way through the grueling 10th phase. As his well-earned reward, he's granted 4 full days of pure rest, leaving every single rival completely paralyzed with shock. The 59 eliminated hopefuls are instantly shoved into a humiliating reevaluation, but our boy has already mentally moved on. Later that quiet night, Dale is just chilling peacefully by a grand fountain. Suddenly a soft voice calls his name, totally catching him off guard. It's Sophia. She strolls right up, showering him with warm praise for his absolute bloodbath in the arena. Dale humbly brushes it off, telling her he only survived because of her incredible teachings. The gorgeous master flashes a warm, genuinely touched smile. Suddenly turning dead serious, Dale locks eyes with her and drops a total bombshell. He smoothly asks her out on a date. There's a massive, lively festival happening in town, and he refuses to go alone. Sophia blinks, totally flustered for a second, but eventually says yes, a highly adorable blush creeping across her cheeks. She figures a harmless little outing couldn't possibly hurt, even if she secretly thinks her cute student is way too young to understand the romantic weight of this moment. Fast forward, the vibrant Necropolis Festival floods the dark streets with explosive energy and booming music. Brilliant roaring fireworks absolutely. Sophia wonders aloud if the grueling trial wore him down. But Dale casually brushes it off, explaining he still has a few solid days to rest before the next brutal phase kicks off. A thick, slightly awkward silence settles between them. High above a brilliant full moon bathes the breathtaking scenery in a glow simply too stunning to ignore. Sophia takes in the view, a soft, subtle smile tugging at her lips. Watching her, Dale realizes that keeping a conversation flowing with her has never been a walk in the park. Yet this quiet wasn't heavy or uncomfortable. Honestly, it had always been this way with his master. Maybe it was just because she had always placed her unwavering trust in him. Flashback to just a few days ago. Pushing past his limits to reach the third magic circle, Dale slammed headfirst into the exact danger Sophia had relentlessly warned him about. The mental void. As he forced his focus deeper, warm crimson blood began to drip from his nose. To shatter his own boundaries, he had to forcefully unleash mana, far beyond what his second circle could handle. And only by surviving that intense mana backlash could he ever hope to manifest the third. A brutal ordeal for absolutely anyone, but for a literal kid, it bordered on downright impossible. The terrifying backlash stabbing into him, like a jagged blade ripping straight through his heart. His eyes locked onto the sword gripped tightly in his trembling hands. Then in a flash, his surroundings vanished. He found himself standing in a desolate, snow-buried wasteland, dead trees stretching out endlessly toward the horizon. Completely bewildered, he glanced down at his hands, only to see the scarred, grown body from his past life. This was the raw landscape of his own mind. But his inner world was completely shattered, heavily fractured, and bleeding apart, violently torn between the scarred warrior he used to be and the young boy he was now. There was absolutely nothing out there, just an endless, freezing void. And within that suffocating emptiness, his master's outstretched hand was the only lifeline he could desperately cling to. Deep down, maybe that was exactly why he craved her presence in this new world so intensely. Snapping back to the present, Dale finally gathers every ounce of his courage and blurts out to Master Sophia that he loves her. Caught totally off guard, she stammers, completely flustered and unsure of how to react. Blushing, she softly asks him to repeat it. Though his heart is pounding, he firmly says yes. Sophia gazes back with a calm, melting smile, gently pulling him into a warm, deeply comforting hug. She whispers that she understands his feelings, and that she cares for him deeply too. In the quiet warmth of her arms, Dale silently thanks her. He closes his eyes, thinking that getting a second shot at life. Fast forward a few days. The morning sun blazes high above the arena. The highly anticipated day of the Tower Challenge has finally arrived. After the festival, things between them haven't really shifted. His master probably still sees him as just a kid, brushing off his confession, as the innocent crush of a 10-year-old. Shaking off those thoughts, Dale locks all his focus entirely onto the upcoming trial. This time it's a brutal, magical duel. Winner advances, loser goes home. And Dale's unlucky opponent, Albert Rosenheim, a legit third circle master. Right out of the gate, this arrogant guy makes it painfully clear he isn't going to pull any punches, just because he's stepping into the ring with a child. For this stage, there are 0 rules. Both artifacts and deadly magic are completely unrestricted, meaning even a high-tier protection amulet won't guarantee you make it out alive. But with the training wheels finally off, Dale can perfectly demonstrate the terrifying gap in their power. Before he can even twitch, a vicious blast of purple aura erupts straight toward him. The spell detonates on impact, kicking up a massive bomb-like smoke cloud. Smirking through the dust, Albert boasts that he's in a completely different league compared to the pathetic students Dale has trashed so far. And he vows to crush the boy's cocky attitude, right here, right now. A swarm of glowing magic circles flashes to life around the mage, unleashing a devastating rapid-fire barrage of dark arrows. Highly doubting the kid can deflect this insane volley, Albert charges up yet another lethal arrow, loudly declaring it's over. Way too much arrogance for a rookie. He fires the massive blast, eager to see if his tiny opponent can actually tank the hit. But Dale doesn't block. He effortlessly weaves. Every single lethal strike is dodged with razor-sharp precision, not a single movement wasted. Sneaking in that incantation before the duel officially kicked off was a total dirtbag move. Strangely, the evaluators don't even bother stepping in. They are way too hooked, desperate to see just how far this mystery kid can push it. It's exactly this kind of spineless garbage that makes Dale absolutely loathe stuck-up mages. Across the arena, Albert clutches his grimoire, and in a painfully cringe-worthy theatrical display, he summons a rotting horde of undead, loudly demanding their absolute loyalty. Honestly, it's just embarrassing to watch. Even with the cringe factor, the guy's raw magical output is clearly leagues above any trash Dale has fought up to this point. The grotesque monsters lunge forward. Dale dodges their snapping jaws like it's a casual stroll, barely breaking a sweat. Frustrated, Albert mocks him, yelling across the arena, asking how long the little rat plans to run away, and if he actually thinks he can win by just playing keep away. Another undead monstrosity lunges forward, swinging a massive axe, but a blinding purple aura suddenly slices right through its throat, and that volatile energy bursts outward, instantly wiping out every single creature in the blink of an eye. Albert just stands there, flashing that arrogant, punchable smirk. But the moment his undead army crumbles, he hits the panic button and triggers a massive self-destruct. Boom! A deafening explosion rips through the air, completely swallowing the arena in a thick, choking cloud of dust. Smug and utterly convinced he won, the mage prematurely declares his victory. But the dust settles, and the kid is gone. Panic sets in as Albert frantically scans the empty space, stammering, wondering how the hell he moved so fast. Suddenly, Dale's icy voice echoes from the shadows. Cheating against a kid. Wow, you are absolutely pathetic. The terrified mage spins around, completely unable to pinpoint. In a flash, Dale materializes right behind his back. Catching sight of the sheer terror on Albert's pale face, the boy mockingly applauds his little surprise attack. Cloaked in a terrifying spectral shadow, Dale slowly closes the distance. But he makes one thing crystal clear. Albert isn't even in his league. Pitch black energy instantly pins the trembling mage to the floor, threatening to swallow him whole. Sporting a sinister little smirk, Dale watches his shadowy horrors creep closer, casually warning his pets not to play too rough. Up in the stands, the crowd is paralyzed with absolute dread, forced to watch this living nightmare unfold. Albert screams as he's contorted and dragged straight into the jaws of the abyss. Dale sighs, noting that his shadowy beasts almost got a little too hungry. Sobbing and completely broken, the pathetic mage begs for his miserable life. With a lazy flick of his wrist, Dale draws a brilliant magic circle and commands his shadows to back off. Albert instantly slumps to the cold stone floor, out cold. The announcer officially calls the first match. Unbothered Dale casually rests his hands on his hips and shouts, "All right, who's next?" Half the roster instantly forfeits right then and there. Nobody wants to step into the ring with that monster. By the time the final rounds roll around, nearly every single challenger has thrown in the towel. Cruising through the tournament, the boy barely breaks a sweat, encountering only one decent scuffle along the way. After mopping the floor with them, he perfectly masters his 3 magical circles and starts absolutely bulldozing through the tower's elite floor guardians, dropping them one by one. But the second he steps onto the 20th floor, a real heavyweight finally blocks his path. A massive, terrifying headless knight, towering on horseback, forged by one of the Black Tower's legendary elders. This beast is completely different from the trash Dale has swept up so far. The crowd whispers, could this finally be the young master's breaking point? Yet Dale just yawns. Relying on the same old basic spells sounds painfully boring. He stands his ground as the colossal knight charges him at full speed. The entire arena holds its breath. But then the impossible happens. The nightmare creature screeches to a halt, slides off its horse, and respectfully takes a knee, bowing exactly like a loyal knight meeting its true king. Dragged into his own mindscape, Dale just stares at the entity with a cold, deadpan look. In this void, it's just the boy and the headless giant. His voice rings out with absolute authority. End your own miserable life. Without a single second of hesitation, the monster obeys. It plunges its massive blade straight through its own chest and completely shatters. Even Dale is stunned for a second. To the boy, stealing a puppet's loyalty away from its original master didn't feel like a big deal at all. But the explosive reaction from the stands tells a totally different story. The crowd is losing their minds. An elite creation turning its back on its maker to bow before a literal child. That proves only one insane truth. Dale's sheer power has already skyrocketed to match the legendary elders of the Black Tower. Smirking, the kid decides to call it a day. Flexing any harder right now would just be overkill. The bewildered audience starts buzzing, totally confused as to why he's throwing in the towel early. But Dale isn't stupid. He knows perfectly well there is a fine line he shouldn't cross just yet. Pushing his luck any further would drag him straight into some very deadly political crosshairs. And with that, the epic tower challenge wraps up. The ancient tower officially seals its doors. Suddenly, the fearsome Duke makes his grand entrance, and the entire room drops to their knees. The mighty Black Tower pays deep respect to his absolute authority. It isn't just the high-class nobles of the Saxon family. Every single arrogant mage, even the legendary elders, are forced to bow their heads to the Duke and his monstrous new heir. Thanks to the young master's god-tier performance, the fractured northern territories finally start banding together. Cut to the harsh northern borders of the empire, deep inside the Saxon duchy. A fierce, scarred warrior violently charges the front line, his bloody spear impaling savage orcs with absolute brutal precision. Beside him, another blood-soaked soldier hoists his blade into the sky, screaming at the top of his lungs, "For young Master Dale, for the glory of House Saxon." Fresh off his insane victory at the tower, our overpowered protagonist was handed a brutal new mission from the Duke himself. Lead a full-scale war against an invading horde of bloodthirsty orcs. Now, veteran knights and hardcore warriors are proudly throwing themselves into the meat grinder, all under the command of a literal child. A crushing weight for a kid who's barely 10 years old. Yet not a single soul second-guesses his raw potential. Stepping up as the rightful heir to the Black Duke, Dale kicks off his campaign to forge the North together. A crisp, cloudless canopy stretches across the realm. The post-battle debrief reveals a brutal body count, 145 orcs, utterly wiped out. When the Duke grills him about cavalry casualties, the young heir coolly reports a mere 3 soldiers, walking away with minor scrapes. His old man arches an eyebrow, questioning if he leaned on magic to shield the squad. The kid's response is ice cold. The Saxon family blades did all the talking. Flashing a proud grin, the Duke showers his boy with praise. Helmet watches closely, realizing the boy hasn't just grown up. He's completely owned his title as a battlefield commander. After all, he's the veteran who hammered every sword technique into Dale's muscles, mastering strategy, tactics, and the sheer brutality of war. The dawn when our main guy claims his own domain is fast approaching, and just picturing that future sets Dale's blood on fire. Fresh, dangerous challenges are exactly what fuel his drive. Cut to Charlotte pushing her body to the absolute limit. She rips out a fierce battle cry, lunging forward like a missile. Her steel slices the air, aiming dead for her sparring partner's face. He casually slips past the strike and snaps back with a counter. She barely manages to parry the blow. Dale's agility has skyrocketed, turning his footwork into a blurring nightmare. Still in a fleeting opening, the deadly tip of her blade whips terrifyingly close to his jaw. Dale gives her props, admitting her skills have leveled up significantly. She shoots back that when he acts all high and mighty, he sounds like a total stranger, cracking him up instantly. When he asks if he's pushing her buttons too much, the blonde points out that ever since he unlocked the 3rd magic circle and crushed the 20th tower exam, the whole castle treats him like royalty, constantly kissing his boots. She raises an eyebrow, asking if all that fake praise gets under his skin. Flashing a cocky grin, he tells her to chill out, swearing she'll be a powerhouse soon enough too. Considering she just hit the double digits at 10 years old, her raw combat instincts are nothing short of but she absolutely despises that pity praise. Firing a lethal glare, she snaps at him to stop babying her. Dale deadpans that she literally is a kid. The blonde aggressively jabs a finger right at his face, throwing it right back, reminding him he's no geezer either. Caught off guard, he points at his own chest, genuinely baffled. Smirking, he claims he practically has the soul of a grown man. Charlotte rolls her eyes, shutting down the pointless bickering. Fast forward a bit. Helmut pulls his star pupil aside, dropping the news that today's crash course is going to be brutal. Dale is about to master the legendary hammer and anvil maneuver. It's a bloodbath setup. The cavalry sweeps the flanks, wrapping around the enemy to trap them, while the frontline infantry pins them down in a meat grinder. The title mirrors a blacksmith pounding hot iron, trapping helpless victims between the hammer's crush and the unyielding anvil. Zero chance of survival. Dale connects the dots, realizing this ruthless trap only functions because of the terrifying black cavalry. Deep inside, it hits him. The gruesome reality of warfare never really changes. Seizing the pause in conversation, the young heir flips the script, digging for intel on Charlotte's training. Helmut admits her grueling regimen doesn't exactly mirror the boys', but she's holding her ground like a champion. Her sword-fighting fundamentals are rock solid, and before long, she'll be ready to absorb the devastating aura arts passed down through the Saxon bloodline. Yet a heavy shadow of doubt clouds the mentor's face. Dale instantly reads the room. It's a massive clash in combat styles. Much like spellcasters compress raw mana through glowing magic circles, elite knights forge their explosive aura through agonizing internal conditioning. Sitting at the top of the food chain is the legendary Black Cavalry, an unstoppable force in major wars, right alongside the Raven Knight Order, the absolute guardians of the North. Both of these elite squads idolize pure, unadulterated brute force. Here's the fatal flaw. Charlotte's entire fighting rhythm relies on blinding speed, even backed by her freakish talent. She might scrape the rank of the 7th sword, but she'll likely never claim the absolute throne. Years ago, her old man reigned over, one of those untouchable top-tier ranks, striking terror across the kingdom with his lethal precision. Dale brings up the mythical spring blade technique, knowing damn well that if those moves still existed, she'd be an absolute monster on the battlefield. Tragically, that entire fighting art was wiped from history the moment the ancient knights crumbled into dust. But here's the million-dollar cliffhanger. Is that legendary style truly dead and buried? Or is Dale about to unearth a miracle while grinding in the shadows, to forge his legacy through blood, sweat, and duty? The time had finally come to put his brutal training to the test. During an urgent war council, the Duke fiercely questioned a newly arrived intelligence report. A breathless scout reported that Baron Folcure, a neighboring lord, was boldly laying claim to a vital copper mine. He had officially sparked a full-blown territorial war. It seemed like sheer madness for such a lowly noble to directly challenge a powerhouse like the Saxon family. But the stakes were astronomical. If they refused to surrender the mine and met them on the battlefield, Grand Duke Brandenburg would absolutely use this as an excuse to form an alliance with the upstart Baron, naturally in exchange for a massive cut of the resources. And the odds were sky high that the dreaded Order of St. Madeleine would be deployed. Just the thought of it made Dale's blood run cold. All the puzzle pieces fit together perfectly. Their bitter enemy had never forgotten that humiliating defeat from before. A savage new clash was right on the horizon. Ever since that fateful day, Count Brandenburg had been nursing his grudge like a festering wound. Triggering an all-out war was way too much of a gamble. So he masterminded a proxy conflict out in the borderlands, a perfect strategic choke point, a place where he could pull the strings from the shadows without getting his... Dale marched right up to his father, cutting straight to the chase without holding back. He demanded to personally lead the vanguard, alongside the Saxon knights. Without missing a beat, the Duke shut him down cold. He bluntly stated the boy was way too green, issuing a harsh reality check. Waging war against actual human beings was a whole different beast compared to slaughtering mindless monsters. The kid really needed to watch his mouth. Pivoting back to the scout, the Duke ordered him to reassure Baron Greenbelt that the mine would remain firmly under their protection. The messenger thanked him profusely, visibly relieved but still shaking like a leaf. A little while later, Dale vented his frustrations to Helmut, swearing up and down that he could outmaneuver anyone on that battlefield. The seasoned knight totally got why the kid was so fired up, but gently reminded him that the Duke definitely had a method to his madness. Then, trying to lighten the heavy mood, Helmut revealed he had cooked up a little surprise. For their daily training session, he pulled out an ancient-looking board game. Dale instantly connected the dots. It was basically a hardcore version of chess, even if this world called it something completely different. Helmet broke it down, explaining that the game was forged from the ashes of historical wars, packing some insane. But if the young heir truly wanted to master the art of grand strategy, this was his golden ticket. Without warning, Dale snatched the entire board and bolted out the door, leaving a totally bewildered Helmut standing there in the dust. Moments later, the boy barged into his father's study, gripping the game board tightly. He laid out a deadly simple wager. If he could manage to win just one single match, he wanted absolute permission to deploy into the territorial war. He fiercely argued that warfare wasn't just about swinging swords and sheer brute strength. It was about master-class strategy, and he demanded to be tested on those exact terms. Helmut rushed in desperately, trying to run interference and apologize for the chaotic intrusion. But the Duke held up a hand silencing him and boldly accepted the challenge. A victory meant the boy rode to war. A loss meant he dropped this foolish fantasy forever. The intense showdown kicked off with Helmut sweating bullets as he tracked every single move. He watched like a hawk, and as the grueling turns dragged on, he caught on to something completely mind-blowing. The young kid was playing on an entirely different level. It was beyond anyone's wildest expectations. When the dust finally settled on their fierce mental duel, Dale had actually clinched a 2-1 victory, completely crushing the Duke, despite starting at a massive tactical disadvantage. Overflowing with confidence, the boy smirked and asked if they had a deal. His father burst into a booming laugh, demanding to know how long the kid had been hiding these insane skills. Dale played it totally cool, shrugging that he stumbled upon a dusty old manual in the Grand Library years ago, and that he had been secretly grinding the theories ever since. It was a slick, convenient little lie, but the Duke pushed himself up from the table, his voice turning deadly serious as he declared that a deal was a deal. Acting with absolute authority, he officially handed his son the reins to lead the elite knights into the impending bloodbath. But he followed it up with a bone-chilling warning. With the heavy weight of the Saxon name on the line, failure was absolutely off the table. Then, piercing the boy's soul with a dead-eyed stare, he asked if he was truly ready to shoulder such a crushing burden. Dale held his ground and gave his answer. Without missing a beat, he demanded their absolute trust. His old man agreed, making it clear he was dead set on seeing exactly what all that grueling training had actually accomplished. Over at Malberg Castle, the stronghold of Grand Duke Brandenburg, you could cut the tension with a knife. Brandenburg was hashing things out, with Philip digging into the wild rumors that Saxon's heir was actually going to lead the knights into battle himself. Totally baffled, he couldn't figure out what that reckless drunk little punk was trying to pull off. Philip just sneered, brushing them off as nothing more than a pathetic little squad, and begged for the green light to crush the arrogant brat into the dirt. But Brandenburg violently slammed his fist down on the table, shutting him up instantly. Seething with rage, he snarled that Philip was underestimating their enemy in the most ridiculously fatal way possible. That kid wasn't just a boy, he was an absolute monster, a freak of nature that Brandenburg's own flesh and blood couldn't hold a candle to, not even with 10 years of practice, let alone 100. Completely consumed by blind rage, the Duke spat out that Philip was utterly worthless, deeply regretting that he hadn't made his move on Charlotte way sooner. Even so, he still decided to hand Philip the reins for the upcoming battle, but strictly for show. Behind the scenes, Deputy Lord Milvas would be pulling the strings. Philip was nothing but a glorified figurehead. The Duke gave Milvas strict orders to keep his son miles away from the actual bloodshed. Deep down in his gut, Brandenburg knew perfectly well that he couldn't risk throwing down with a literal kid under these twisted conditions. Plus, a creeping suspicion started eating at him. What if this was Duke Saxon's master plan from the very beginning? Meanwhile, Helmut and Dale were busy living it up, celebrating their epic victory. Fast forward a few days over at Greenbelt Castle, massive iron doors groaned open. The Baron running the mining operation was sweating bullets as heavily armored troops marched in. The second the young commander's arrival echoed through the hall, half the room stood there, completely dumbfounded by how young the kid looked, whispering among themselves if he could even lift a damn sword. The Baron tried to put up a brave front, forcing a smile and claiming that Dale's presence put his mind at ease. But on the inside, the guy was freaking out. Putting a 10-year-old in charge of the entire cavalry felt like a catastrophic gamble. Scrambling to buy some time, he practically begged the boy to attend a welcome banquet first. Dale shot that idea down instantly. Ice cold. He stated they had exactly 0 time to waste on games, a response that completely blindsided the older man. Without a shred of hesitation, the kid pressed his razor-sharp blade right up against the Baron's throat, declaring his only priority was inspecting the troops. Then he locked eyes and dropped a dead serious question. Out of everyone standing in that room, who was the absolute strongest? A burly red-haired warrior suddenly rudely interrupted, puffing out his chest and claiming the top spot for himself. Sporting a nasty scar across his face, he smugly bragged that the man who could take him down hadn't even been born yet. Still, deep down the kid's terrifyingly calm aura was rattling his nerves way more than he ever wanted to admit. Dale just stared a hole right through the guy, right next to him. The Baron practically collapsed with relief the second that deadly steel left his throat. The young commander read the room like an open book. Every single person there thought he was a joke, and honestly, you couldn't blame them for wondering why a make-or-break battle was handed over to a 10-year-old kid. Not missing a beat, he violently slammed his sword into the ground. He loudly announced that the lack of faith was a two-way street. If they were going to sit there and question his skills, then he had every right to question how pathetically weak the Baron's troops really were. And the only real way to settle this was at the edge of a blade. A chilling, icy smirk crept across his face as he pointed out the elephant in the room. The supposedly strongest knight in the entire territory was completely hammered. That told him everything he needed to know about this garbage squad. The redhead fiercely yanked his sword from its scabbard. Boiled over with rage, he leveled the blade right at Dale, and with a voice shaking with barely contained fury, barked out his name, Hebert. He swore on his knight's honor that he'd prove the barony's true power. Dale, meanwhile, just kept flashing that psycho smirk. Their eyes locked in a deadly stare-down, as the air in the room grew suffocatingly heavy. Casually, Dale asked if Hebert had ever heard the terrifying rumors about his sword. The red-haired brute scoffed, claiming he knew all about the freakish weapon's reputation, while silently questioning if the kid's massive ego was just some cheap magic trick. But before he could even process his own doubts, Hebert lunged forward at blinding speed, violently swinging his greatsword with everything he had. The devastating blow was instantly stopped dead, caught bare-handed by Dale, reinforced by pure raw magic. Neither the explosive impact nor the young mage's stone-cold confidence even flickered. The only one shaking was Hebert. With one effortless shove, the kid completely shattered the knight's brutal attack. Dale quietly sizes up his challenger. The blade is completely dead, not a single spark of aura, a signature manifestation, strictly reserved for elite-tier knights. Even so, he decides to play along. Matching a fierce runic circle flares to life right across his left palm. Aberk freezes in sheer terror. Pitch-black shadows, he wildly hacks at the creeping darkness, but his heavy blade just cleaves through empty air. Total zero impact. The suffocating dread closes in, completely shattering his mental defenses under the crushing weight. Dale barely breaks a sweat, effortlessly anchoring the dark magic while the guy's actual combat prowess turns out to be pathetically shallow compared to his tough exterior. But then a bizarre twist catches even Dale totally off guard. Aberk shrieks in pure agony and violently crumbles into the dirt, completely broken. A shockingly fast, flat-out wipeout. It is honestly mind-blowing. The supposed undisputed champion of the entire region, swatted down like a pesky bug in mere seconds. The Baron absolutely loses his mind. He screams, demanding to know how Dale dared to cripple their top asset, right before a massive do-or-die war. Dale steps right into his space, his voice dropping to ice. With garbage skills like that, House Saxon would just end. Plus, he brutally calls out the sheer cowardice. The Baron cannot just kick back in a plush chair, while brave men bleed out on the front lines for his sake. If that pathetic display actually came from their apex predator, this entire territory is House Saxon would never blink at shielding those who genuinely. But that is zero excuse for sheer laziness. Every single person here has to pull their own dead weight. He makes an ironclad vow right there. Until the war horns blow, his elite guard will serve as the unyielding sword for every soul present. Then he drops a brutal ultimatum. Choose right here, right now. March behind his banner, or watch your homes burn to ash in the coming slaughter. One by one, armored knees hit the dirt. Voices boom in a roaring chorus, swearing undying blood oaths to the fierce young warlord. Fast forward a bit. Thick shadows completely swallow the estate. Elena tosses in bed, practically eaten alive by anxiety. while the Duke gently strokes her cheek to soothe her racing, terrified mind. He softly whispers that there is a hidden, terrifying depth to their boy. The massive destiny waiting for him is almost too huge to grasp. Flashing a serene, unshakable grin, he firmly doubles down on him. In his gut, he absolutely knows the kid is meant to conquer this entire damn world. Meanwhile, alone in his quiet quarters, in his past life he was practically a caged animal, totally blind to the sprawling universe, waiting outside his tiny, pathetic bubble. But the blinders are completely off now. He clearly connects the dots. He highly suspects the legend, dumping him in this specific garbage-tier barony. Yeah, that was a cold, highly calculated move. Morning violently strikes. The blazing sun heavily cooks the courtyard, under a scattered, hazy sky. Aberk dramatically stumbles into view, completely crushed beneath a massive boulder, gasping for air and desperately begging for a timeout. A hardcore drill instructor ruthlessly barks at him, screaming that he is a spineless wimp, and brutally forcing him to keep marching. Hanging back in the shadows, Dale quietly observes the pathetic show. The red-haired guy is already totally gassing out, and they have barely even started the basic warm-ups. Dragging the Greenbelt Barony's pathetic forces completely out of the gutter is going to take a massive, brutal amount of grinding. But raw muscle alone will not win this brutal war. He makes the tactical call to dispatch a swift envoy straight to the Parker Barony, to broker a high-stakes parley, not bowing down for a pathetic, groveling peace treaty. Absolutely no. He just needs a critical face-to-face with a specific target before the heavy blood starts aggressively flowing. Time swiftly jumps forward. The intense camera cuts straight to the tense diplomatic dead. Right on the jagged razor's edge of the two hostile territories, a massive imposing war table completely dominates the open clearing. Dale smoothly claims the head seat, totally grounded and intensely radiating heavy boss energy. His sharp brain operates exactly like a supercomputer, silently running the grim tactical simulations. The cold math is absolutely clear. In just a matter of weeks, total inevitable chaos is going to violently explode. The legendary, heavily armored Order of St. Magdalene is currently deployed miles away across the continent, severely and painfully crippled by starving supply lines. That massive tactical blind spot leaves a huge, terrifying window for a devastating. On top of that heavy burden utterly sleeping on Baron Parker's lightning-fast, brutal cavalry would be a guaranteed fatal mistake. A nervous scout loudly heralds the arrival of the highly infamous young Master Philip. Dale barely even blinks. He perfectly predicted this exact power play, completely knowing their arrogant roster inside out. Philip aggressively struts up with the obnoxious swagger of a ruling king, even though literally everyone knows he is nothing but a pathetic, glorified puppet commander. Quietly trailing like a highly lethal shadow is the true hidden mastermind of Milva's forces. As the incredibly cocky noble lazily flops into his chair, Dale throws out a remarkably polite nod. Philip rudely fires back a highly toxic smirk, dramatically extending his hand, just to throw major shade. Hey, they at least bothered to show up and talk business, right? Unfazed by the looming threat of an all-out war, Dale doesn't even blink. He cuts straight to the chase, demanding to know why they even bothered showing up to the negotiating table. The moment Philip parts his lips to speak, Dale shuts him down cold. Snapping that the question wasn't directed at him, Dale makes it brutally clear he has zero interest in talking to a glorified, decorative puppet. His piercing gaze is locked on the actual man, pulling the strings here, Milvis, widely feared across the lands as the Sword of Chastity. A suffocating awkwardness instantly floods the room. Both enemies bristle with visible annoyance, but Dale holds his ground. He calmly points out that the legendary Holy Swordsman would never be foolish enough to hand over a massive battlefield to an incompetent fool. Scrambling to keep the explosive situation from spiraling, Milvis quickly urges Philip not to take the bait. But beneath his calm facade, a dark suspicion gnaws at the veteran knight. How on earth did the enemy uncover such a tightly guarded secret, like the Count's sheer disdain for his own flesh and blood? Yet here Dale is casually slapping that explosive truth right down on the table. Sensing the severe danger, Milvis abruptly declares the peace talks officially over. Philip violently slams his fist against the wood, furiously demanding a swift resolution. But Dale mercilessly twists the knife. He mocks the young noble, loudly wondering if Philip actually needs permission just to open his mouth, and ruthlessly compares the boy's pathetic posture to that of a well-trained, obedient slave. Dale points out that the real power clearly doesn't rest in Philip's trembling hands, but in Milvis's making it look as if the guard dog had somehow managed to slap a leash on its own master. The seasoned knight desperately tries to jump in and defuse the ticking time bomb once more, but the room is already suffocating under a thick blanket of pure rage. Dale just sits back, watching the magnificent chaos unfold with absolute delight. Slumping comfortably back into his chair, he lazily laces his fingers behind his head and keeps pouring gasoline on the fire, thoroughly savoring the explosive friction he just engineered between the two supposed allies. Then his true sinister motive comes to light. He never gave a single damn about striking a peace deal. This whole meeting was a calculated psychological strike, designed to completely shatter the enemy's fragile chain of command. Demanding a show of good faith, Dale smoothly asks Milvis to step outside for a minute. The long-haired warrior obliges, masking his boiling fury with a fake, overly friendly smile as he steps out. With the room cleared, Dale suggests they have a real man-to-man chat. After the two of them are the ones sitting at the absolute top of the food chain. As the supreme commanders holding the fate of this brutal war in their hands, it only makes sense for them to hash things out, face to face. Philip's face is completely contorted with a venomous mix of wounded pride and simmering fury. Yet despite the blinding rage, the blonde noble has swallowed the bait, his voice shaking with desperately forced authority. He abruptly orders Milvis to leave them be. The knight frantically tries to talk, his young superior out of it, but Philip stubbornly digs his heels in. Deep in his gut, the knight knows his master just walked blindfolded, straight into Dale's lethal trap. Left with zero options, Milvis reluctantly obeys. Now completely alone with the furious noble, Dale drops the act, claiming he only set up this little meeting to lay down one single irresistible condition, an offer he promises Philip simply cannot refuse. The terms are dead simple. If the prestigious Knights of St. Magdalene tuck their tails, abandon this suicidal battlefield, and retreat immediately, the Saxon family will gladly supply them with enough food and gear to make the humiliating trek back home. Insulted beyond belief, Philip violently kicks his chair back and slams his fists on. He practically spits in Dale's face, roaring that this is a pathetic joke, not a real negotiation. Feigning a shred of polite regret, Dale half-heartedly apologizes, but firmly doubles down on his brutal ultimatum. He promises that if their forces refuse to back down, they will be completely wiped off the map, dragging the holy swordsman's glorious reputation and the young master's own name straight through the bloody mud. This is it, Philip's absolute last shot at salvaging his shattered pride. Pushing himself to his feet, he spits out that Milva was dead right all along. That little brat was just playing him for a fool right from the start. Dale flashes a razor-sharp smirk. Such a pity you see it that way, he mocks, because this was actually your final lifeline. After all, when the dust settles, the one swallowing this crushing defeat and bearing the blame won't be from Milva's camp. It's going to be the Count's totally worthless, incompetent son. Hearing this, a twisted, wicked grin spreads across Philip's face. He scoffs, growling that a cocky little punk like Dale is already living on borrowed time. Dale just smiles right back. He casually mentions that he hopes the blonde noble can cling to that blind arrogance for just a little while longer. Fast forward a bit from that disastrous sit-down in Baron Greenbelt's territory. Philip barks at his scouts, demanding an update on the enemy's march. A scout reports that House Saxon's heavy cavalry is already rolling out. Philip clenches his jaw. His mind drifts back to Dale's chilling, dead-eyed stare. Back at that table, despite only being a 10-year-old kid, that brat didn't flinch like a rookie. But honestly, that is his golden ticket. While Dale is still just a 10-year-old kid, Philip can rip this weed out by the roots, once and for all. Boiling with rage, he roars at his men to teach this toddler the true meaning of dead silence. Meanwhile, across the dirt, Dale's shadow gets word that the enemy vanguard is surging north. Dale rolls his shoulder, his small hand locking onto his sword hilt. "Showtime," he announces to his ranks. Today, they carve the Saxon name into their enemies' skulls. The bloodbath kicks off. A war horn rips through the air, blasting the charge signal. Both massive armies explode forward in a synchronized collision. Thousands of heavily armored men slam into each other from every possible angle. The valley instantly drowns in agonizing screams and the deafening crunch of steel. Bodies hit the dirt within milliseconds. Watching the slaughter from above, the blonde commander barks for the first cavalry to punch through. Their prime directive: pin down the elite Knight Raven order and completely suffocate the Saxon infantry. But honestly, his grunts have no idea what kind of monsters they are actually dealing with. So playing it safe, he anchors himself dead center in the formation, hiding safely behind the front lines. Off to the side, Baron Parker's battalions sweep hard around the left flank. Their job is to bottleneck Greenbelt's riding units, while Brandenburg's absolute best gear up for a brutal pincer strike, aiming straight for the enemy's jugular. It's a massive gamble, but his men are rabid for blood. No one is walking away from a kill shot like this. Melvin watches this unfold, fully realizing just how suicidal. The opposing grunts are fiercely loyal to the Count, throwing themselves into the meat grinder to prove it. But right in the heart of the massacre, a massive curveball hits. A heavy, terrifying aura suddenly drops right onto the absolute bleeding edge of the front lines. Soldiers instinctively stumble backward, not terrified, just completely stunned. Young Master Dale has actually stepped straight into the kill zone himself. His high-pitched yet commanding voice slices cleanly through the ringing steel. Hold the line. Nobody steps back. He demands they bleed for House Saxon until their very last breath. Seeing their 10-year-old lord standing there, Philip squints through the dust, instantly piecing together the kid's insane playbook. Dale is forcing a sudden death showdown right off the bat, literally using his own body as the ultimate bait. But Philip just smirks. This is exactly the kind of arrogant trap he wanted. Throwing his sword high, he roars a prayer to Saint Madeleine. His berserkers surge forward, slamming the gas pedal. Across the blood-soaked mud, Dale's heavy guards roar back with equal fury, forming a lethal meat shield to protect their young lord. Both armies smash together in a catastrophic shockwave. Massive bursts of tactical magic start nuking the battlefield. Philip makes his move. A blitzkrieg needs a blitz caller. Kicking his horse, he commands the vanguard cavalry to ride on his tail. The mission is simple: sever the snake's head. Kill the kid, end the war, right here. Eyes burning with pure, unadulterated hatred. He vows that today, everyone will choke on the true power of the elites. Emitting immense, murderous intent, he torpedoes through the carnage. His blade flashes in lethal arcs, butchering grunts like they are made of paper. Out of nowhere, a screaming spearman leaps directly into his path. The rusty spear tip lunges agonizingly close to Philip's jugular. At the absolute final microsecond, the thrust is deflected. Philip viciously counter-slashes, gutting the attacker. Splattered in blood, he keeps plowing forward, completely drunk on his own violent adrenaline. Yet after slaughtering his way through dozens of men, his lungs start burning. And creeping up right behind that exhaustion is something is completely horribly wrong here. Even though he's currently steamrolling the enemy forces, the Night Ravens are falling back way too easily. This isn't how the Black Cavalry operates. That sinking feeling just won't fade. A breathless messenger bursts in with frantic news. Baron Parker's left flank has completely collapsed. They never even stood a chance. Across the blood-soaked battlefield, bodies are dropping like flies. Greenbelt's forces are unleashing sheer, aura-shattering Parker's defensive lines into pieces, while panicked soldiers desperately beg for orders. The commander freezes. The mocking words of that young enemy echo loudly in his head, taunting him about the heavy burden placed on a useless heir. Another scout scrambles over with a desperate strategy. Merge the center and rear cavalry to salvage the crumbling left flank. His reaction: absolute explosive rage. The blonde commander snaps, ordering everyone to shut the hell up. He rallies the rear cavalry, directly under his banner, but he has a totally different target in mind. He is going to sweep through the right flank, plow straight ahead, and obliterate the real prize, that arrogant young commander. Only one massive problem. Dale is already marching his rear guard right onto the field. Things are getting incredibly messy. Shoving more troops into the grinder will completely kill their mobility, and that left flank is bleeding out fast. But the die is cast. Completely blinded by his obsession with victory, the blonde ignores the agonizing screams for backup. The enemy's death trap is snapping shut, and messengers are practically begging him to fall back. But the retreat order never comes. He arrogantly decides it isn't time yet. Then he throws a glance over his shoulder, and the horrifying truth finally hits him. Dale is standing right there. He is staring back with the cold, dead eyes of a guaranteed winner. And that smug look, it just dumps pure gasoline on Philip's burning rage. Philip hoists his blade high, roaring for his cavalry. His utterly confused men stare at him desperately, screaming for a coherent plan. Philip just closes his eyes for a split second. In the holy name of Saint Madeleine, he chants his war cry, begging for divine blessings, for ironclad protection and absolute victory. He prays for the sister goddesses to shower him in love and ruthless mercy. But when those eyes snap open, they are drowning in nothing but pure, unadulterated hatred. The choice is made. From this very second, they are going to carve straight through the enemy lines and rip off the opposing general's head. With a blood-curdling scream, he commands his entire force to charge forward, blades drawn, fighting to the bitter end. The mighty Milvis troops thunder directly toward Dale. It is playing out exactly like the boy predicted. Philip's men flank from the rear, desperately trying to lock down the perimeter. But Dale, he is completely unfazed. He knows panic and fear only cloud your judgment, and right now there is zero room for mistakes. Flashing a cocky, mocking smirk, he casually asks if these fools have seriously never seen magic before. Just a heartbeat later, he fires a razor-sharp ice arrow. It violently rips through the air, instantly burying itself into a cavalry horse, sending the massive beast crashing brutally into the dirt. As the helpless rider's skull slams violently against the hard earth, Philip's eyes practically bulge out of his head. Nailing a fast-moving target with that kind of terrifying precision, that is unheard of, and he knows it deep in his bones. Then Dale drops the hammer. A massive freezing wall of ice violently erupts from the ground, dead-stopping the enemy charge in its tracks. The front lines stumble, completely thrown off balance by this sudden fortress of frost. They don't even get a single second to process it. Dale's voice booms across the battlefield. Wipe them out. His loyal forces unleash hell, charging forward with absolute fury. They scream at the top of their lungs, swearing to lay down their lives, to bleed if they have to, just to become the ultimate shield for their young master. The enemy formation instantly crumbles. Philip's men are being slaughtered left and right. Across the bloodbath, the blonde commander just clutches his head in absolute despair. It finally hits him. Way too late. He was dragged kicking and screaming right into a flawless death trap. Dale's master plan was never to just kill him instantly. The goal was to isolate, suffocate, and systematically shatter his entire formation. And Philip walked right into the slaughterhouse. His entire front line is now twisted into a mangled, unrecognizable mess. With his back entirely against the wall, he decides to just push forward. If he can somehow survive this absolute nightmare, maybe he can still flip the script. Letting out a brutal roar, he completely shatters the wall, finally locking eyes with his target. He hoists his blade dead set on ending it all right here. But looking across, there isn't a single drop of fear. Just a chillingly calm smirk, a deafening crash, and then dead silence. As the dust settles, the winner is crystal clear. The blonde guy is forced to his knees, with the battered survivors dropping right down beside him. This blood-soaked ground now belongs entirely to the young commanders. That arrogant old-school belief that Aura Knights were totally invincible, completely shattered. The very tactics that used to make them untouchable have just become their fatal flaw. Dale already knew every single move, every formation, every blind spot. It was all perfectly burned into his memory from a past life, back when the man who raised him actually led these exact same troops. Suddenly, a messenger sprints in, gasping for air. The left flank has completely collapsed, and Commander Baron Parker is officially a prisoner of war. The blonde guy scrambles to process the disaster, desperately asking if this was a setup from the very beginning. Dale just looks at him, perfectly calm. He says the battlefield is pure chaos, and no one can predict every little detail. But walking straight into your own slaughter, that is a choice. Then he lays out the brutal terms. Anyone who wants to keep breathing can get down on their hands and knees and beg for mercy, all for the low price of a few gold coins. A wave of furious outrage rips through the surviving soldiers. They spit back that they would rather die than bow like cowards. Then, a single snap of a finger echoes through the air. Thud. A soldier drops dead, a spear brutally shoved straight through his heart. The message is loud and clear. Dale locks eyes with the blonde and drops one final question. What is his choice going to be? For a few agonizing seconds, there is absolutely nothing but dead silence. Then, painfully slow, the commander drops his head. He chokes down every last ounce of his pride, and finally admits defeat. He admits he does not regret putting his life on the line, but he owes it to his fellow knights to warn them about the absolute monster this kid really is. Screaming at the top of his lungs, he orders every single one of his men to drop to their knees. But even in surrender, he fiercely demands to be treated like a proper prisoner of war, claiming his rights under imperial tradition. Dale just watches the pathetic display. Seeing his arrogant enemy kneeling in the dirt, practically begging for his life, he realizes there is not even a point in mocking him anymore. Even so, a cold little smirk creeps onto his face as he drops the final verdict. No, not a single one of them is walking out of here alive. Looking almost innocent, he casually gives the order to slaughter every last one of them. Even his own crew is completely blindsided. I mean, according to imperial rules, you were supposed to spare the captives and bleed them for ransom money. But the kid's tone is so chillingly absolute, so completely unyielding, that nobody dares to second-guess him. On this turf, his word is God, and it is absolute law. And out of everyone standing in that bloodbath, one guy was practically begging for a death wish, completely blinded by furious rage. The blonde commander decides kneeling is for cowards. He violently lunges to his feet, ready to go down swinging. But he is way too slow. A blade brutally impales his gut in a split second, followed instantly by a massive barrage of soldiers' spears. Before he can even take a single step forward, Dale casually strolls up, leaning in right next to his ear. His voice is pure ice as he asks if Lord Milvaze happens to remember how Dale died. Instantly, a flash of twisted memories floods the protagonist's mind. That horrific scene was burned into his soul, totally impossible to erase. A cold blade plunging straight into a boy's back, while someone just stood there watching the murder in dead silence. It was him. He was standing right there when the captive hero was executed. Gripping the dying commander by the hair, Dale violently yanks his head back and asks again. Pure, unfiltered terror washes over the blonde's face. He remembers. But before he can even choke out a word, this thick, suffocating dark energy starts swallowing them both. It hits him way too late. This kid standing in front of him is a ghost who should be rotting in the ground. The heavy shadows pin him down, hijacking his entire body, stripping away any last chance to fight back. Flashing a darkly ironic grin, the final brutal answer drops. Just one single word. Yes. Dale takes a long, deep breath. A wave of euphoric relief washes over him, something he hasn't felt in absolute ages. Meanwhile, across the rest of the blood-soaked battlefield, the body count just keeps piling up. The dying commander is forced to watch as his men are completely slaughtered. Disbelief slowly washes over his face, and by the time reality finally hits him, the battle is already lost. The right flank, crushed. Sister Milvis and the Aura Knights have all gone down. The left flank shattered ages ago. Now the Black Cavalry is closing in on the main force. Inside the defeated commander's head, only one image remains, the boy's mocking smirk. A desperate soldier begs for orders, but pride screams louder. The blonde commander mutters, completely in denial. There's no way this is a defeat. He barks out orders to fight to the bitter end, demanding they hold the line. The knight's order must never kneel. His men hesitate. Pushing forward means absolute slaughter. Still, his response drips with sheer venom. Nobody dares defy the supreme commander, but absolute chaos has already swallowed the battlefield. An enemy flanks them, and the blonde commander completely loses it, screaming for someone to protect him. Deep down, Philip is terrified of dying in this dirt. He imagined a completely different ending for himself. As the hours drag on, the sky burns a deep orange, marking the end of the slaughter. The troops cheer in victory. From start to finish, every single move followed the exact blueprint, laid out by young Master Dale. Now captured and restrained, Philip thrashes around, screaming to be let go, while the victor just stares at him in dead silence. Dale can see right through him the pathetic refusal to accept surrender. Even backed into a corner, Philip keeps running his mouth, spitting that they might have lost the fight, but they aren't broken. He sneers shamelessly, admitting he used his own men as meat shields just to survive, claiming it was his right as a commander. The young master just tightens his grip on his blade. If the war is already won, there's zero reason to keep this trash breathing. Grasping at straws, Philip frantically demands a one-on-one duel to settle the whole war. A nearby soldier scoffs at the absolute nerve of the guy, but Dale raises a hand, silencing his men. With a chilling smirk, he actually accepts. The blonde commander draws his weapon, but he doesn't even wait for a signal. Before the duel even officially starts, he lunges forward, aiming for a cheap shot. This cowardly ambush was his plan all along. He swings his blade high, screaming at Dale to drop dead, but he doesn't even land a scratch. A massive surge of dark energy erupts from the ground, instantly blocking the strike. Philip's arrogant grin shatters into pure, unfiltered terror. He collapses, convulsing wildly in the dirt, shrieking and begging for his miserable life. Dale just watches him. There's not an ounce of pity in his eyes, only absolute disgust. And just like that, this massive war wraps up to the pathetic wails of a total coward. A few days later, triumphant horns blast through the capital. Young Master Dale has returned, drowning in glory. The streets are buzzing with rumors that this kid completely wiped the floor with the elite Knights of St. Madeleine. But not everyone is in a partying mood. A hooded figure steps out of the shadows, whispering that this is nothing to celebrate. Countless lives were snuffed out on that battlefield. And honestly, God definitely didn't want things to end this way. The man hiding beneath the cloak is none other than Cardinal Nicholas, from the Church of the Sixth Goddess. He throws out a grim warning. That kid's blood-stained blade might just swing toward his own allies next. Back at the estate, our boy approaches the grand hall doors, Baal trailing right behind him. Suddenly a sweet voice echoes down the hall, calling out for her big brother. It's Lisa Dale's little sister, looking a lot more grown up now. She tackles him in a massive hug. Dale breaks into a warm smile, teasingly asking if she missed him. Right on cue, Elmaud walks up, clapping him on the back for crushing his very first military campaign. Hand in hand with his sister, Dale finally pushes open the grand doors. The room is packed with familiar faces. His master, Sophia, is there with Charlotte standing near the altar. Up ahead, his parents are beaming with absolute pride. Placing a hand over his heart, Dale bows, formally handing over the official victory report to the Duke. Alan nods, extremely satisfied that the whole operation was a total sweep. He even tosses a nod of thanks to Baal for keeping the air in line. Elena flashes a gentle smile. She knows the kid must be dead on his feet after fighting a literal war, so she orders him to go rest up immediately. Dale thanks her, his face completely lighting up. It feels like an eternity since he last stood in this room, and for the first time this place truly feels like home. But while he celebrates, miles away a very different scene is playing out. Brandenburg is absolutely shaking with pure, unfiltered rage. The battered survivors drag themselves forward, totally drained, while the furious Count demands answers, right this second. He practically screams, "Where is Philip?" The air grows thick with tension before the crushing truth drops. Sister Milvis perished on the battlefield. The entire Order of St. Madeleine has been wiped off the map. Their troops were dragged away as prisoners, and now the enemy is demanding a jaw-dropping ransom to buy their lives back. His voice dripping with venom, the Count glares at them. "So, you suffered a humiliating slaughter and then ran away like cowards. If that is the ugly truth, they better—" Without skipping a beat, he snaps his fingers, ordering his guards to drag both of them down into the pitch-black dungeon. Down there, they will literally be begging to die. That bloody clash forever etched itself into history as the Black and White War. And as the days rolled by, the wild rumors only spiraled further, giving birth to a chilling new legend. Whispers echo through the streets, calling Dale the Black Young Master, a ruthless prodigy who strips away all mercy. The calendar pages turn, and our boy finally hits age 11 during a massive formal birthday bash. Right then and there he is officially crowned Viscount of the Saxe Duchy. The kid's eyes practically pop out of his skull. This isn't just some empty flashy title. A Viscount wields serious, terrifying political power, allowing him to call the shots as the Lord's direct proxy. Absolutely thrilled, Dale bows in gratitude. But just as fast, his playful grin vanishes, shifting to he has a massive move to make. It might sound crazy out of nowhere, but flexing his brand new authority, he drops a bombshell of a decision. The brutal gossip from that last bloodbath is still echoing everywhere. Everyone is whispering that the Black Young Master slaughtered his enemies down to the very last man. Even loyal holy knights devoted strictly to the goddess got violently shredded by his sheer ruthlessness. A massacre like that, yeah, that definitely wasn't getting swept under. The high and mighty church is absolutely going to flip out. Because of that ticking time bomb, our guy wants to pack up and march straight into the holy papal territory on a sacred pilgrimage. He is stepping right into the lion's den to handle the crushing weight of his monstrous new reputation himself. The Duke silently absorbs his son's crazy pitch, his face completely locked down, an absolute stone wall hiding every single. He flat out says this makes zero sense. Pure terror is an incredibly rare, valuable weapon that money just cannot buy. Yet his kid wants to throw all that intimidation away just to kiss up to the church. Unfazed, the boy shoots back a totally chill reply. He claims there is a hidden power sitting out there that makes this insane gamble worth it. Squinting with curiosity, Alan asks if he is cooking up some secret master plan. Our guy just smirks and nods. He is going to slam an offer on the table they literally cannot refuse, and while he is at it, snatch up some highly illegal forbidden spellbooks. Flashback to just a few nights ago. While deep asleep, a creeping, unsettling chill crawled over his skin. Buried rusty memories forcefully clawed their way back into his mind. Out of nowhere, a gigantic, terrifying skull manifested right in front of his face, glaring deep into his soul with one haunting. "Do you remember how we died?" A split second later, an agonizing, blinding pain ripped through his entire body as dark words violently slammed into his brain. He violently jolted awake, gasping for air, clutching his wildly racing heart. That was not just some random nightmare. It was a twisted, deeply buried chain hooked straight to the darkest corners of his own psyche, one that had been ripped wide open the exact second he cracked the third magic circle. And what he found hiding in there was not ultimate control. It was just suffocating, crushing isolation. In that very moment, our guy realized he was still pitifully weak. He desperately craved way more firepower, way more raw dominance. Just like a master swordsman needs his trusty blade, a truly top-tier mage absolutely needs an epic grimoire. Fast forward a bit, and we see a fancy carriage quietly rolling out past the kingdom's border. The jagged borderlines splitting the Greenbelt and Parker baronies literally draws the line where the Empire's frozen north ends and the bustling central zone kicks off. After getting completely crushed in the recent war, the disgraced Baron was backed into a desperate corner, with only one dirty option left on the table: straight-up highway robbery. Out of nowhere, lethal arrows slice through the wind, missing the panicking rearing horses by sheer inches. A gang of heavily armed thugs steps out, entirely barricading the dirt road. They aggressively bark at the travelers, demanding their business. With smug grins, they claim everyone knows you have to cough up a hefty toll fee just to breathe the air in these noble lands. Barely blinking, the kid smoothly fires back. Zero panic. He already had a fat stack of cash locked and loaded just for this moment. A greedy thug snatches the heavy pouch, his face lighting up with a sinister smirk as he squeezes it. It is absolutely stuffed with solid gold coins, way too insanely rich for a standard shakedown. Stoked beyond belief, the thugs step aside, letting the carriage roll on through. The goons crack up laughing, totally convinced they just scammed some rich idiot, their greedy minds already plotting an even bigger, deadlier heist. But the peace is short-lived. A sudden shout echoes from above, demanding they halt. Stepping into view with a smug smirk is the Baron himself. He barks at them, furious that they dared to trespass on his turf without coughing up a toll. Bale doesn't flinch. He calmly points out that they already paid his goons, and double charging is straight-up extortion. But the surrounding thugs immediately play dumb. They swear up and down they've never laid eyes on these travelers, claiming it's their very first time crossing paths. To add insult to injury, they accuse the travelers of being the real lawbreakers here, completely spinning the narrative. The arrogant noble issues a chilling ultimatum if they value their miserable lives. They better hand over every single thing they own. One of the lackeys puffs out his chest, bragging that they are standing before a legendary figure, the lone survivor of the Black and White War, the hero who turned the tides. The carriage grinds to a dead halt. Suddenly, from the shadows inside, a dark chuckle breaks the silence. The young man throws back his hood, locks his piercing gaze dead on the Baron, and asks, dripping with mock curiosity, if this pathetic guy is really the so-called hero of the turning point. The nobleman squints, taking a closer look, and the color completely drains from his face as reality sets in. Beside the boy, Bale finally lowers his hood as well, and the horrifying truth hits the bandits like a freight train. These aren't just some helpless wanderers. Swallowing hard, the Baron scrambles to salvage his shattered ego. He does the math in his head. There are only two of them. So in his delusional mind, he still has the upper hand. Faking a tough exterior, he commands his archers to draw back their bowstrings. Standing like an immovable mountain beside his master, Bale quietly awaits the kill order. Unfazed, our protagonist casually drops the curtain, declaring, "Playtime is officially over." Panic sets in. The Baron thrusts a trembling finger forward, screaming for blood. A deadly hail of arrows rips through the air. Our guy doesn't even flinch, his cold eyes tracking the incoming volley. In a flash of steel, the loyal swordsman springs into action, parrying every single shaft with terrifying precision. Tightening his grip on his massive blade, Bale vows to carry out his master's will with absolute ruthlessness. The enemy archers are paralyzed by pure shock, their brains short-circuiting at the impossible display. But they don't get a second to breathe. The hulking guardian lunges forward, his first brutal swing, cleanly severing a bandit's arm. He tears through their ranks like a juggernaut, taking on the entire mob single-handedly. The Baron is utterly frozen, watching his men get slaughtered. All that arrogant bravado shatters into a million pieces as the young master slowly walks up to him. Backed into a corner, the once proud noble drops to his pathetic knees, sobbing and begging for his miserable life. Looking down at him like he's absolute trash, our protagonist coldly demands one good reason why he should spare a rat. Leaving the carnage behind, the boy presses on, cutting a bloody path through endless waves of corrupt aristocrats, fallen knights, and scumbag bandits plaguing the continent. Fast forward a few weeks, and a tiny vessel glides across a dead calm sea. Standing shoulder to shoulder with his loyal bodyguard, the boy finally closes in on his ultimate target, the holy papal state of Goddess Kistine, the legendary capital known as Constellation. His eyes lock onto, but there's nothing but raw disgust in his glare. Officially, he's calling this a holy pilgrimage, but deep down, he knows the bloody truth. He didn't come here to pray. He came to execute judgment. The duo approaches the grand gates heavily fortified, two elite armed-to-the-teeth guards. Staring down the towering double doors, the boy takes a deep breath. As they step inside, they are greeted by an absolutely breathtaking sanctuary. Brilliant divine light cascades through the stained glass, while colossal statues loom above, watching them in eerie silence. Dead center of the holy cathedral, patiently waiting for his prey, stands His Eminence. This is Cardinal Nicholas, a terrifying sixth circle white mage, and one of the 12 elite bishops who rule the absolute pinnacle of the goddess's church. Keeping a perfectly pleasant smile, the holy man casually mentions he caught wind of the recent bloodbath and the massive pile of bodies left in its wake. He puts on a sad face, mourning the so-called tragic sacrifice of the Santa Maddalena brothers. Playing the game, our hero smoothly replies that he feels terribly guilty too. He feeds the cardinal a sob story, claiming a stupid miscalculation cost him way more than he could afford. He explains that's exactly why he went off the grid, traveling all the way to the holy state in person to beg for divine forgiveness. With fake humility, he prays his sincerity reaches the goddess herself. The cardinal's piercing eyes scan the boy's face. To the old man, this pathetic little story checks out. The crushing burden of war must have been way too heavy for someone so young. After all, he's just an 11-year-old kid, making him an easy target. With a sickeningly serene tone, the holy man preaches that the goddess dishes out her mercy to everyone, claiming there is absolutely no sin in this world that goes unforgiven. The young noble lets those words hang in the air for a second. Then Dale cuts through the silence, double-checking if that's actually true. Is there truly no unforgivable sin? The priest nods without missing a beat, prompting the boy to lock eyes with him and casually ask if that's the exact reason he sold the goddess's homeland to the Empire. The silence drops like a guillotine. Caught completely off guard, the cardinal lets out a nervous chuckle, brushing it off as some absurd joke. But our protagonist doesn't flinch. He lays out the cold, hard facts, right before the papal state's forced takeover. 12 corrupt cardinals cornered the former pope to force a dirty deal. Nikolai stood right there that day, yet the old leader stubbornly refused until his dying breath. And as a direct result, he was backstabbed and slaughtered, courtesy of the White Tower and his own treacherous inner circle. The Pope was ripped to shreds by the Empire's attack dogs. Dale delivers the final blow with ice in his veins. Has that little sin already been forgiven? The holy man's gentle mask completely shatters. His jaw tightens. The peaceful facade is totally gone. Seething with pure rage, the cardinal snaps back. The brat marches in here, begging for redemption, dares to spit out forbidden secrets, and still expects divine mercy. It's an absolute freaking joke. But the kid holds his ground. He fires back firmly that he isn't here to play judge over the church. He just wants a modest payout for keeping his mouth shut. Wiping out a mere representative of the Duke wouldn't solve a single thing. Deep down, though, Dale knows he's totally bluffing. The Duke is completely clueless about this entire mess. Reading the room and realizing he's backed into a corner, the cardinal shuts his eyes. A blinding holy aura flares up around his body, making the air thick and heavy. Forcing his voice steady, he cuts to the chase and asks what the boy actually wants. Without missing a beat, our hero drops his demand. Buried deep beneath the apostolic palace lies a hidden archive, locking away the church's most twisted, forbidden texts. That's exactly where he's heading. The infamous Hell Library, where the deadliest magical artifact on the planet slumbers, whispered about as the Book of the Black Goat. The young noble marches down the pitch-black staircase, lighting up his terrifying descent. Every single footstep echoes loudly through the suffocating, deathly silence of the crypt. They hammered out the ironclad rules before he took the plunge. He goes into the infernal abyss, alone, and he leaves alone. The church will keep its dirty hands off whatever goes down inside, and he is strictly limited to bagging just one single grimoire. In return, the kid swears a vow of eternal silence, to cover up the church's filthy secrets. Our protagonist didn't even blink before accepting. Stepping up as the Black Duke's heir, he swore a blood oath on the name of Satis. The two locked hands, and a blinding wave of pure white magic erupted around them, looking like some god stepping down to seal the treacherous deal. The cardinal coldly declared he would claim both of their beating hearts as the ultimate collateral. And just like that, they bound their souls with the Gaius magic contract, the crown jewel of the White Tower. There is absolutely zero turning back now. If either side double-crosses the other, the spell will literally crush their hearts into dust. With his fate locked in, the boy pushes forward solo, until he finally stands dead center before the massive gates of hell. Slashed across the stone doors is a chilling warning. Abandon all hope, ye who enter here. The kid presses his palm against the icy surface, acting like it recognizes his dark aura. The massive portal violently groans open, all on. This definitely sparks his twisted curiosity. No freaking wonder they branded this terrifying pit as hell itself. Because what's lurking past that doorway isn't just a dusty library. It's a massive, nightmare-fueled dungeon. And those so-called forbidden texts, they are pure bottled disasters waiting to strike. To a hardcore mage, scoring a legendary grimoire means just as much as a legendary blade to a holy knight. Hunting down the most overpowered one is just part of the game. Creeping through one of the haunted halls, the young noble runs straight into the warden's grotesque monstrosities, stitched together from mangled corpses, designed strictly to guard this cursed tomb. Oh, the sweet irony. These hypocrites preaching about holy light aren't so pure when they're desperate for raw power, happily weaponizing rotting corpses without a second thought. The guards charge forward. He doesn't even blink. A single burst of magic blasts them aside, clearing his path straight into the stronghold. The time for holding back is over. Unleashing his raw power, an intoxicating wave of absolute freedom washes over him. Without a second thought, he drags a jagged dagger across his palm. Thick, dark blood spills onto the floor, sparking the ritual to life. Voice echoing with authority, Dale chants his name and bloodline, awakening an ancient presence buried deep beneath the dungeon floor. He calls upon the Black Goat of the Woods with 1,000 young, demanding it seal the unholy pact. The dark abyss instantly responds. A twisted, guttural voice echoes out, hissing that his blood drips with terrifying power. It praises him as a true sorcerer, eager to answer the call. But wait! Another voice pierces the dark, then another, and another. Dozens of sinister entities claw their way into reality, aggressively, fighting over the chance to claim his contract. They viciously tear at each other for his favor. Suddenly, reality warps around him, and a crushing, suffocating pressure swallows the room. A towering hooded phantom materializes in the shadows. The monster tempts him with a dark deal, swearing to slaughter every single one of his enemies. It promises a bloody carnival of death for anyone foolish enough to cross his path. Staring into this twisted, nightmare dimension, the young mage quickly figures out exactly where he is. He is standing inside the mindscape of the Book of Massacre, a forbidden, cursed tome. forged from the agonizing screams of countless victims, overflowing with endless brutal magic. Yet, Dale doesn't flinch. With a glacial glare, he commands the Phantom to get out of his way. This weakling isn't what he came for. Furious at the blatant disrespect, the monster snarls, but Dale just flashes an arrogant, fearless smirk and makes one thing crystal clear. He isn't the one trapped in here. His own terrifying aura violently erupts, pitch black and suffocating. It tears through the illusion. This place is nothing more than a fake reality, trapped inside a dusty old book, and a pathetic illusion like this could never dominate his mind. The terrifying nightmare realm shatters, consumed by a chilling deep purple void. It feels unbearably heavy, the exact weight of a soul forced to witness unspeakable, mind-shattering horrors. Absolute terror grips the shadowy Phantom. It completely breaks down how a mere kid could completely overpower it. Dale stares down at the trembling beast eyes, ice cold. The pathetic body count claimed by this grimoire doesn't even come close to the endless mountains of corpses he has personally witnessed. Entire cities wiped from the map, maybe even more. Panicking, the Phantom lunges forward in a desperate final attack to save itself. But it is already too late. Its monstrous body instantly crumbles to dust, shattering piece by piece, until absolutely nothing remains. The violent storm of magic fades, pulling reality back together. The dark crimson pool still stains the floor, but the dungeon walls start violently trembling. The very fabric of this dimension is tearing apart. Out of nowhere, a sweet, innocent voice echoes through the chaos. A little girl with flowing hair and demonic goat horns steps. Dale slowly turns his head. The demonic child skips closer, beaming with a bright smile. She cheerfully greets him, pouting that she has been stuck all alone for ages. With wide, curious eyes, she asks if he wants to play a game. Dale just stares at her dead silent. He knows exactly what this thing is. The immortal Duke Frederick forged this cursed grimoire by brutally sacrificing his own flesh and blood daughter just to cheat death itself. That sick history is why the book's physical avatar looks like an innocent little girl. But there is absolutely nothing human left inside her. Cutting straight to the chase, he drops his offer. He demands the demon child forge a soul contract with him, right here, right now. She happily agrees, but on one condition. She wants to see what his world looks like. Dale doesn't hesitate and accepts. In a flash of light, they are both violently dragged right into the deepest depths of Dale's own mindscape. The demonic kid gasps, spinning around in pure awe. She giggles, saying she absolutely loves this dark place. But then something catches her eye. They aren't alone. Terrified, broken souls are trapped in this void. And shivering right in the middle of them is Cardinal Nicholas. Their sheer panic paints a terrifying picture. Not a single one of them ever believed this crazy kid could actually conquer the grimoire. Smiling darkly, Dale steps right up to the trembling priest and asks, "Why exactly is he here?" He made it crystal clear the church wouldn't take any responsibility for the absolute chaos about to unfold here. A faint mocking smirk crosses his face. He figures the guy just couldn't stomach their deal, dragging himself all the way here to finish the job personally. Big mistake. Honestly, this is the abyss, the absolute domain of shadows. And for a warrior of the light, there isn't a deadlier battleground. The horned girl tilts her head, eyes gleaming with twisted curiosity, and asks her brother if she can rip these guys apart for a snack. He shoots her a deadpan glare, ice dripping from his voice, warning her that if she catches a stomach bug, it is absolutely not his problem. Her face lights up with a feral grin, practically drooling over the massive feast she's about to gorge on, after rotting in this frozen wasteland for so long. Meanwhile, Nikolai frantically mutters a desperate prayer, calling upon the Father, the Son, and the Holy Ghost. A blinding halo erupts behind him, as a majestic, terrifyingly pure celestial being crashes onto the battlefield. The other grunts quickly follow suit, chanting their own frantic hymns. Holy fire rips through their armor, bursting their spines open as massive wings tear through their flesh, morphing their fragile bodies into horrifyingly beautiful, angel-like monstrosities. Our boy just watches in dead silence. He knew this wouldn't be a walk in the park. The ascended freaks instantly blur out of sight, moving at breakneck speeds. He pushes himself to the absolute limit, violently dodging a relentless barrage of strikes, the icy sting of death grazing his skin with every single miss. A glowing blade misses his throat by a hair. Without skipping a beat, he claps back, channeling his dark magic, and blasting a volley of shadow bullets right at them. But the creatures weave through the blast with terrifying robotic precision. Nikolai hoists his heavy gold crucifix high into the air, smugly declaring that the kid is still hopelessly locked in the third circle. He sneers that the legendary grimoire of the Black Goat is completely useless, unable to unleash its true, devastating power in the hands of a pathetic rookie. The blinding aura around the Cardinal supercharges, acting as a direct conduit for the wrath of God himself in that very second. The horned girl violently claps her hands over her ears, clearly burning under the crushing weight of that holy pressure. But then a sudden shift. Her features don't twist in agony. No, she's just incredibly pissed off. A suffocating pitch-black miasma starts bleeding heavily out of her pores, thrashing in violent waves that completely warp her silhouette. Massive tentacles erupt from the shadows. The angels charge forward without a second thought, slicing through the mass in one fluid strike. One holy warrior lands right in front of her, boldly declaring that the hour of judgment has arrived. But a split second later, something feels horribly wrong. The severed limbs instantly stitch back together and lash out savagely, swatting the angels right out of the sky. Nikolai stares in sheer panic, desperately asking if his vanguard can still hold the line. Suddenly a glitched, echoing voice rings out, commanding everyone to sing its praises. The angels start breaking down. Their pristine faces contort in agony, thick veins bulge across their skin, and their bodies convulse violently, as if being devoured alive from the inside out. Beings of pure divine light are now corrupted by an absolute evil, something deeply unsettling. The celestial warriors, violently contorting right before their very eyes, shedding their divine grace and mutating into something utterly grotesque and completely unrecognizable. Through it all, the horned girl just stands there silently, watching the nightmare unfold, and lets slip a soft, almost childish giggle. She whispers about how intensely she craved this scent, how agonizingly long she's waited for this exact moment, swearing to relish every single second of the slaughter. Her monstrous tentacles lash forward without a shred of mercy, violently ripping the holy beasts to absolute pieces, one by agonizing one. This eldritch horror was a nightmare capable of swallowing angels whole, meaning the boy he just summoned was no ordinary 11-year-old prodigy. The entity standing before him was something infinitely more sinister, practically the devil's own flesh and blood. Dale just stands there, casually watching the absolute carnage unfold, as Nikolai's incredibly arrogant words echo in his mind. Neither party holds any liability for the absolute horrors that unfold in hell. Completely cornered, the once proud cardinal crumbles in sheer terror. With he pitifully begs for his pathetic life. Dale casually strolls over, sizing up the broken man, and coldly asks what exactly he brings to the table to buy his survival. Reeking of desperation, Nikolai frantically promises him the world, unlimited wealth, untouchable status, and the entire massive power of the church under his strict command. Literally anything just to keep breathing. A chilling, wicked grin slowly spreads across the boy's face as he chuckles, saying he absolutely... The entity reaches out, gently brushing the man's face with a deceptively tender look, demanding he hand over absolutely everything he owns. Right then it hits him, this contract needs a total rewrite. For Nikolai Gaius, magic is way more than just some simple pact. There is no turning back now. Suddenly the horned girl calls out to Dale again, flashing a smile that is equally sweet and deeply unsettling. She purrs about how much fun they had playing, declaring her love for her new brother, and promising she will be waiting for him. Gliding closer, graceful, yet absolutely terrifying, she asks if he is scared of her. Dale just looks at her calmly, replying, no. Deep down, though, he knows the truth. Her existence is way too dangerous to just expose to the world. It is a terrifying power he cannot fully control yet, a force that absolutely cannot be unleashed recklessly. The girl's tentacles slither around him as she innocently asks if they can play like this again. He nods yes, drawing out a thrilled, twisted grin from her. Dale assures her they will reunite soon enough, and when that day finally arrives, she can play to her heart's content. The scenery starts melting away. The endless void crumbles, fading back into the freezing stone walls of the library dungeon, before vanishing completely. The young girl whispers that she will eagerly await their reunion, and just like that, the hellish chaos finally ends. The Saxon heir receives a massive blessing, granted directly in the name of Cardinal Nicholas. It stands as the ultimate symbol of a brand new alliance, forged between the church and the duchy. They throw an incredibly lavish ceremony, unlike anything anyone has ever seen. On the journey home, the young man is no longer traveling as some nameless pilgrim. Absolutely no one dares to block the path of the dark young master's blade. A few months pass by. Out on the training grounds, Elmote stares down Charlotte firmly, yet calmly, asking if she is ready to begin. Right on cue, a blazing violet energy erupts from her body. The aura grows incredibly dense, vibrating with raw power, wrapping completely around her. Her blade is swallowed by a shadowy, deep purple energy, surging with a downright unnatural strength. All around the yard, the soldiers cannot hide their absolute awe. Helmet watches with a proud little smirk, acknowledging that manifesting such a high-level aura at her young age is nothing short of extraordinary. Then, a strong voice cuts through the tension, calling out for Charlotte of Orhard. Dale strides forward, locking eyes with the girl in dead seriousness. He asks her, swearing upon the honor of her lord, her bloodline, and everything she holds dear, does she swear, as a true knight, to fulfill her duty without a single ounce of hesitation. Charlotte slams her sword straight into the dirt and drops to one knee before him. Her voice rings out steady and unshaken. She swears it from the very bottom of her heart. Dale rests the tip of his blade on her shoulders in a deeply solemn gesture. He asks if she swears to fight back against greed, shield the defenseless, and strike down evil. The blonde knight raises her voice fierce and resolute, swearing her oath once more. Then, speaking for the Saxon family, Dale officially dubs her Sir Charlotte, his loyal knight. Afterward, the two take a quiet walk, side by side. Lost in thought, Dale asks if she truly believes this plan will work. Without missing a beat, Charlotte says yes. She explains that she chose to wield the Saxon family's blade because it is the exact weapon that forged him into the man he is today. Entirely on her own terms, she ditched her old rapier and picked up the greatsword, even though it definitely was not the easiest path to take. Dale smoothly shifts the topic. He reveals that some highly disturbing intel just came across his desk. A massive horde of orcs is aggressively massing just beyond the Demon King's borders. And from the looks of it, the legendary war chief himself is. His father has already rallied the duchy's military forces, alongside every single lord in the north. A massive, full-scale war is about to kick off. That is exactly why he needs Charlotte fighting right there in the trenches with him, not just as a backup ally, but as his true sworn knight. Charlotte takes it all in with a quiet, deadly serious nod. She makes a vow to be the unbreakable blade that shields her lord, putting all her honor on the line. She flashes a faint, confident smile, knowing deep down that she will absolutely be a terrifying force on the battlefield when the time comes. The Duke scours the intel, his face etched with grim realization. A massive horde of orcs is surging down from the Shadowlands. Their massive thundering movements have been spotted. A panicked scout nervously questions if this signals the start of another apocalyptic great migration. Another advisor grimly nods, confirming their worst fears. When the legendary hero crushed the Demon King alongside the Imperial forces, that previous onslaught was merely a fraction of the remaining nightmare. Bloodthirsty demons are still out there clawing for survival. The Duke cuts in his voice, like cracking thunder, declaring he has already rallied every single lord of the north, the mystical Black Tower, and every elite knightly order under his absolute command. The looming slaughter will dwarf any war in history. He shifts his piercing gaze toward his son, his eyes dead serious. The hour has finally struck to teach the boy how to unleash necromancy on the blood-soaked battlefield. Later that very afternoon, father and son descend into the Black Duke's cavernous subterranean workshop. The first lesson in the dark arts kicks off with a blunt test. What separates a Death Knight from a mindless, shuffling corpse? Dale confidently guesses it's the exact same gap between a noble knight and a lowly foot soldier. Alan softly shakes his head. That answer barely scratches the surface. Raw brute strength simply isn't enough. The true difference lies in mastering the lethal sword aura. Before them rests a cold, lifeless corpse. A warrior recently slaughtered in the Black and White War, a man who, even in death, swore his rotting flesh would forever serve the Saxon bloodline. With a single sharp snap of his fingers, a sinister dark aura floods the cadaver, seeping into its veins, as if violently jolting awake a dormant beast. Alan explains that a knight's mortal rank directly dictates the terrifying power of the Death Knight they become, and whether breathing or decaying. These warriors remain fiercely proud soldiers. That is a crucial rule Dale must burn into his memory. Following the chilling display, the Duke pivots smoothly and commands his son to follow close behind. There is something vastly more critical to reveal. The duo plunges deeper into the abyss of the dungeon, the shadows swallowing them whole. Their boots echo ominously through the freezing void. The suffocating silence practically hums with unspoken secrets, leaving Dale to anxiously wonder just how deep this abyss goes. Suddenly, Alan shatters the quiet, asking if his son recognizes the legendary name of the immortal Duke Frederick, the ruthless founding father of the Saxon clan. Dale instantly flinches at the name. The terrifying grimoire, forged by that ancient warlord, is permanently scarred into his soul. Yet he casually replies he merely read some historical texts and recalled a few things his father mentioned. Alan presses on. That ancient founder was an absolute cold-blooded monster, a tyrant who didn't hesitate for a split second before butchering his own daughter to seize ultimate power. What lies ahead is the horrifying legacy he carved into history, the pitch-black abyss of a forgotten era. The two step through a swirling, violently glowing purple portal. Alan notes that only someone cursed with the absolute purest Saxon bloodline could possibly survive the crossing. Emerging on the other side, Dale's eyes practically bulge out of his skull. Stretching endlessly before them stands a dead silent legion of black-armored knights, frozen completely still like macabre statues. Alan finally drops the bombshell truth. The immortal Duke actually cracked the code to keeping the dead marching without bleeding out his own mana. For countless generations, the ruthless heads of the Saxon family secretly expanded this horrific project, slowly forging an unstoppable undead legion, known only as the Order of Death. And Alan himself has kept this bloody legacy alive to this very day. Dale aggressively grinds his teeth. Suddenly, the puzzle pieces violently click into place. His father's harsh lectures about forging willpower through ruthless action, about never letting that iron resolve snap. The clan's extreme suffocating isolation, the pure, unadulterated terror they strike into the hearts of the world. It was never a coincidence. It was a calculated choice, fueled by a power far too sinister for anyone sane to ever accept. For a terrifying fleeting second, a dark thought flashes through his brain. The staggering hypocrisy of it all hits him so hard, it makes his stomach violently churn. The Duke slowly extends his arm toward the breathless, rotting legion, and proudly declares that this absolute darkness is theirs to command. The ultimate, indestructible shield, meant to fiercely guard their entire empire. Then his voice drops into a chillingly firm rumble, demanding to know if his son is truly ready to embrace this terrifying power. Dale forcefully presses a hand against his own chest, feeling his heart furiously pounding against his ribs. But his voice doesn't even tremble. He gives a cold, hard yes. He has been mentally preparing for this exact moment since day one. No matter how incredibly vile or suffocatingly dark this ability gets, he will fiercely claim it as his own. The young heir thrusts his hand forward violently, channeling his raw mana. The mental strain is absolutely blinding. This isn't just firing off some basic spell, he is forcefully hijacking the dead man's shell. Slowly, the twisted corpse snaps to it. He grips a massive greatsword with both hands, raising it defensively in a dead serious stance, his posture mimicking a drawn bow. A split second later, he explodes into action, his blade slashing through the air with terrifying speed and bone-crushing power. Alan watches the display in stunned silence, realizing the kid's mana control is just insane polished to a freakishly high level. Dale openly admits he still can't command a Death Knight without constantly draining his own mana like the actual Order members do. The Duke nods, but waves it off, telling him he isn't ready for that tier yet. Right now, his main focus needs to be mastering practical necromancy for an actual war zone. Suddenly the scene shifts. Thick, suffocating dark energy floods the room, and heavy coffins lining the walls start soaking up the aura like sponges. Mangled, bloodthirsty goblin corpses claw their way out, immediately lunging straight at Dale's undead minions. The clash is over in a heartbeat. A single, ruthless strike obliterates the first goblin, and the knight pivots. With one blindingly fast sweep, he slaughters every last enemy in his path. Then, dead silence. Total, absolute victory. Alan is secretly blown away. Not all Death Knights are built the same, and Dale's swordsmanship easily outclasses even the elite Knight Raven Knights. Fast forward a bit and Sophia is watching her student practice with a totally different vibe. A weird, tight ache grips her chest, an emotion she can't quite pinpoint, and it's starting to drive her crazy. The elf flashes back to the day the boy confessed he liked her, acting like it was just innocent childhood puppy. But as his master, she saw right through him. She saw his dark, freezing inner world and that desperate, silent craving for some genuine warmth. As Dale continues to absolutely shred his training targets, she shakes off the memory. Taking a deep breath, she praises his progress, telling him his grip on water magic has leveled up massively. Dale casually mentions that he swore an oath to his dad to become a man truly worthy of respect. But his vibe is completely off, and Sephia instantly picks up on his hesitation. She asks him what's wrong. He avoids her gaze, chewing on his words for a second before dropping a heavy question out of nowhere. Would she still stay by his side even after she sees the absolute darkest, ugliest parts of him? He confesses that sooner or later, he has to completely embrace his family's twisted legacy, and he's terrified that when he does, his master will look at him in disgust. The air goes completely still. Then Sephia steps right up, cups his cheeks in her warm hands, and forces him to meet her eyes. Her gaze doesn't flinch once. That one gentle touch makes his heart slam against his ribs as she stares intensely into her student's soul. She whispers that an elf's lifespan is painfully long. By the time he grows into a grown man, she'll still look exactly the same as she does right now. For a fleeting second, her mind drifts back. She remembers when the bloody rumors of Dale's triumph in the Black and White War were practically infecting the whole empire. People were raving about his freakish talent, but they were also terrified of his brutal reputation. Even with all that gossip, Sophia couldn't bring herself to smile. She refused to watch her favorite student walk down a path of pure self-destruction. Softly, she promises she's never leaving his side. Not until he finally understands how she really feels. Not just as a mentor watching over her student, but as a woman standing beside her man. She looks him dead in the eye and tells him he is never, ever going to be alone. Then she lets go of his cheeks, takes a tiny step back, and awkwardly clears her throat, desperately trying to break the heavy tension. Her voice snaps back to business, telling him it's time to get back to the grind. But Dale is entirely paralyzed, completely overwhelmed by a rush of raw emotion. He steps right up and pulls her into a tight, desperate hug. He breathes out a shaky thank you for everything she just said, and without a single ounce of hesitation, he pours his heart out, swearing that she means the absolute world to him. His voice cracking, he begs her to just wait for him. Locked in that warm embrace, Dale fully surrenders to a comforting heat that finally melts away the freezing isolation buried deep inside his soul. It's a vow neither of them will ever forget. Cut to a totally different vibe. Heavy battle flags snap wildly in the wind as soldiers gear up to face the massive demonic invasion. The ruthless lords of the north are already mobilizing on the Duke's turf, as a heavily armored knight aggressively marches up to the front lines. He presses a hand firmly against his chest, bowing in deep reverence. "I am Kenneth of Balderburg," he announces. He's a mid-tier lord, flying the banner of House Saxon, and he hasn't come alone. He brings 30 elite knights, 100 heavy infantrymen, and 400 regular foot soldiers ready for war. The arriving crowd is packed with young, hungry nobles, their eyes burning with raw ambition. They know exactly whose good graces they need to win over. The eldest son and heir of the Gale family steps up brimming with absolute confidence. He swears to lay down his life for his lord, eager to bathe in the battlefield's glory by his side. Right on cue, a flock of young noblewomen slide in, shoving past anyone in their way. They lock eyes with Dale, flashing captivating smiles, cooing about how they never could have imagined he'd grow up to be so breathtakingly rugged and mature. But the whole vibe shifts the second a purple-haired guy strides forward, cutting right through the pleasantries. He bluntly states he's heard the rumors about Dale's legendary strength, and he wants a front-row seat to see it for himself. Before things can escalate, a gray-haired man panics and steps in. He scolds the kid for his sheer disrespect, frantically apologizing on his behalf. But Dale just holds up a single hand, instantly silencing the room. He knows exactly who this fiery kid is. Jones, the second son of Baron Kenneth. His voice drops into a deadly serious tone as Dale looks him dead in the eye and asks, "So, does this mean you want to test my limits?" Jones keeps his tone respectful, but he doesn't flinch or back down an inch. He admits he's heard every wild story about Dale's power, and never once doubted if they were real. Dale isn't underestimating him either. This isn't just some random foot soldier. This is the Empire's undisputed martial arts prodigy, A faint, knowing smirk creeps onto Dale's face as he calls him out. Is this really Sir Jones, the very man who forged a ruthless squad of 100 mercenaries from the ground up? The answer is a resounding yes. Being born the second son of a lowly baron, his fate was practically a dead end from day one. Stripped of any inheritance, his only ticket to glory was carving out a name with his own blade. For Dale, this is way more than just a quick spar. It's an absolute goldmine of an opportunity. Flashing a cocky grin, he eagerly accepts the challenge. The two warriors clear out a massive space in the grand hall, and the air instantly grows thick with tension. This showdown isn't just about showing off, it's a vicious power play for dominance before the real war even begins. Jones sinks into a flawless battle stance. Dale casually throws out a warning his blade operates by its own set of rules. The prodigy shoots back, claiming he already knows everything about the infamous Shadow Sword. Then Dale's voice hardens into a commanding growl. He orders Jones to unleash his aura and hold absolutely nothing back. Zero hesitation, zero mercy. The swordsman obliges. A violent, crackling purple aura suddenly erupts around Jones's entire body. He might not have crossed the threshold of an aura master yet, but his foundation is rock solid, and every single twitch of his muscle is razor sharp and perfectly disciplined. Dale reads his power level in a heartbeat and decides to answer in kind. A sinister, pitch-black energy oozes up from the floorboards, rapidly twisting and solidifying into a terrifying blade of pure. The entire hall feels the suffocating shift in pressure. The air itself feels too heavy to breathe. Dale coldly repeats his demand. Bring out everything he's got. The duel kicks off with the explosive force of a thunderstrike. Jones launches himself forward like a cannonball, his blade slicing through the air at blinding speeds, missing Dale's face by mere millimeters. Dale flawlessly pivots away by a hair's breadth, his piercing eyes tracking every millimeter of the incoming strikes. But the relentless barrage doesn't let up. They are insanely fast, bone-crushing, and fueled by a desperate hunger for victory. Inside Jones's mind, a single bitter thought burns brightly. This silver spoon noble was handed everything from the exact moment he was born. Their blades violently collide, sending shockwaves through the room. Fueled by an absolute rage to prove that a man with nothing can completely crush a man who has it all, the purple-haired prodigy barrels straight ahead like a freight train, chokes up on his hilt with a vicious two-handed grip, and swings directly for Dale's skull. He caught a fatal opening. His body pivots perfectly, the deadly steel inches away from ripping through our protagonist. Jones throws his entire soul into the brutal strike. But right in that microsecond of follow-through, he realizes he's the one who just walked straight into a trap. Dale's wicked blade is already hovering mere inches from his throat. Not a single drop of blood is spilled. Instead, an incredibly long, menacing shadow creeps across the floor, rapidly sprouting into jagged spikes of pure darkness. Dale smirks, radiating the terrifying confidence of a beast who has been playing a rigged game this whole time. With a lazy flick of his wrist, those shadowy spikes launch forward, like homing missiles. Jones leaps back with freakish agility, wildly dodging the assault, while his violent aura continues to roar around his body. Dale sizes up his opponent. He smirks. The guy standing across from him, yeah, he's just capable enough to serve as the perfect stepping stone for Dale's rising legend. Dripping with arrogance, he makes a bold claim. He isn't going to budge a single inch. If Jones wants a piece of him, he's going to have to come and get it. Eyes blazing with absolute fury, the older knight launches himself forward. He roars a promise that the kid is going to bitterly regret. Steel violently crashes against steel, yet Dale effortlessly catches the heavy blow, holding his ground without breaking a sweat. The surrounding crowd is paralyzed in dead silence. You can practically read the absolute shock plastered across their faces. Nobody in their right mind expected this level of raw power from an 11-year-old kid. But the eldest son of House Saxon isn't just playing around. He's a born apex predator. Dale steps into the offensive, taunting his older rival. Let's see if Jones can actually dodge this next trick. A terrifying blast of pitch-black energy blasts straight toward the knight. But wait, the older warrior suddenly realizes Dale isn't even aiming for a fatal hit. This whole fight, it's just a flashy performance meant to flex on the northern lords and their heir. Deeply humiliated by being treated like a prop, Jones desperately slices through the dark wave. He recklessly charges in, throwing every last drop of his strength and willpower into one final, desperate game. The purple-haired swordsman is literally fighting for his pride, because if he stopped now, he'd have to swallow a bitter pill. He'd have to admit that Dale's monstrous talent was walking, breathing proof of how insanely unfair this world really is. Snap. His sturdy blade cleanly shatters into two pieces. The harsh reality hits him like a freight train, and Jones collapses to his knees. Stabbing the shattered remains of his weapon into the dirt, he hangs his head in total. Dale stands over him, lost in his own mind for a second. Honestly, he probably only pulled off that flawless victory because of the Black Goat's grimoire. Right in the heat of battle, it felt like time itself was crawling in slow motion. His shadow sword didn't just feel like a weapon, it felt like a phantom limb. The shadowy blades whipped and snapped to his every command, moving exactly like extensions. Testing his limits against Jones practically forced this insane power-up, crystallizing his deadly aura into sharp, jagged shards of pure darkness. He aggressively launches them right at his defeated opponent, stopping them mere inches away to avoid fatal damage. It's a brutal, undeniable flex. Pivoting to face the stunned crowd, his eyes practically dare someone to speak up. He loudly demands to know if anybody else wants to step. The crowd's response is something entirely unexpected. Thud. A heavy broadsword violently plunges into the earth right beside the kid. A seasoned knight drops respectfully to one knee. His booming voice echoes across the courtyard as he swears eternal loyalty to the young lord. A chilling quote from his father instantly echoes in Dale's mind. Absolute terror breeds absolute loyalty. Staring down at the bowing man, the boy realizes his dad was 100% right. A little while later, the banquet is back in full swing, flooded with nobles, casually downing expensive. Meanwhile, a thoroughly crushed Jones sneaks out back with a couple of buddies. As one guy chugs aggressively straight from the bottle, he glances over and notices his friend looks completely dead inside. His voice dripping with heavy, bitter defeat, Jones finally speaks up. He confesses that no matter how hard he swings his blade or how much blood he sweats, he feels miles away from even scratching that kid. His whole life he firmly believed your starting line didn't matter. He thought that raw grit and endless hustle could overcome any natural-born privilege. But all of those pretty ideals completely crumble when he thinks about the Saxon family's prodigy. Overthinking the unfairness is just pissing him off even more. So he snaps at his buddies to drop the depressing subject and just pass the booze. The gloomy trio huddles around a crackling bonfire. With a bitter sneer, Jones points out the absolute joke inside the hall. Every single high society woman was desperately fawning over an 11-year-old brat. All these supposedly dignified nobles, putting on cute, modest acts, throwing away their pride, just to get a nod from some overhyped kid. Strip away the fancy titles, and humanity is chuckling darkly. He jokes that Dale hasn't even hit puberty yet. The kid probably has zero. But then, a heavy silence drops over the fire. He suddenly realizes they aren't alone anymore. The little monster himself, Dale, is standing right there in the shadows. His friends violently scramble to their radiating absolute effortless swagger. Dale casually claims a spot by the fire, acting like he was totally part of the invite list. He plucks an empty cup from the dirt and smoothly orders Jones to pour him a drink. As the older knight nervously tips the bottle, Dale locks eyes with him. He casually asks if Jones hates how brutally unfair reality is, because to Dale, yeah, this entire world is nothing but After all, ordinary people don't get to pick their starting stats. From the raw talent in their blood to the dirt they're born on, nobody has a real choice in how they're built. The world they grew up in is spinning completely out of control. Flashing a warm smile, he claps a reassuring hand onto Jones's shoulder. He tells the guy to stop beating himself up, reminding him that no one can force destiny to change with just their bare hands. Hearing this, Jones just cracks up. A hollow, endless chuckle spills from his lips. Then flashing a bone-tired smile, he confesses that the young lord is totally right. No matter how hard he pushed himself to the absolute limit, the deck was always stacked against him. Dale admits he has grown seriously fond of the young man, as well as his ragged band of mercenaries. Then he drops the golden question, asking if they would be willing to draw their swords under the banner of House Saxon. The offer leaves Jones completely speechless. Dale steps up and lays out the entire proposition. The Night Crows, his elite order of knights, will personally train Jones's squad before the looming bloodbath begins. They will teach them everything from basic swordplay to advanced aura cultivation. It is a wildly cruel irony. The very kid who had brutally shown Jones just how rigged the world truly was had suddenly become the only person willing to hand him a massive opportunity that literally no one else would dare to offer. He casually explains that he simply needs more loyal fighters by his side, and Jones just happened to be in the exact right place, at the perfect time. For the battle-scarred mercenary, it feels like all the crushing unfairness of the world just evaporated into thin air. A little while later, dawn breaks over the grand Saxon manor. Inside the war room, the Duke demands a full tactical briefing. A massive mountain range separates the Demon King's hellscape from the duchy, and their frontline defenses are hanging on by a thread. The Vanguard Patrol Unit has officially started falling back from the 9th Fortress, retreating alongside the Northern Lords. But right before surrendering their turf, they torched absolutely everything they couldn't haul away with them. If the rear guard holds their ground, while steadily pulling back, the enemy forces will hit the high Saxon River completely drained. And right there, the soldiers can trap them and absolutely obliterate their main assault force. The time has finally come to deploy the field army. The Duke orders the lords to be put on high alert and commands the troops to gear up for the march. Right before the war council scatters, Alan pulls Dale aside for a private chat. He is handing the entire mobile strike force over to his son. And once this massive conflict kicks off, Dale will be completely calling the shots. But Safia has made the call to stick right by his side. This totally catches the young guy off guard. Getting dragged into worldly wars totally goes against the core principles of the Blue Towers. Alan points out that the elf, and clashing with a savage horde of barbarians, barely even counts as a mere worldly conflict. Frowning with concern, Dale asks if his teacher actually wants this. The Duke nods, confirming it, and adds that his boy completely proved his worth when he crushed the black and white tournament. He will definitely dominate out there now. Dale nods but mentions he has one final favor to ask. Frowning slightly, his father asks what he needs. The young heir requests that the Phantom Swordsman be directly assigned to his squad. Meanwhile, Charlotte straps on, her heavy iron helmet, her eyes burning with rock-solid resolve. Dale is genuinely taken aback by her fierce confidence. She fiercely declares that she is the guardian knight, destined to stand shoulder to shoulder with the legendary young master. A proud smirk crosses his face, and not just a scared little girl anymore, but a dark thought gnaws at his gut. Flashing back to the dead, hollow stare of a fallen knight, he looks his friend dead in the eyes and demands her absolute promise that she will do whatever it takes to survive this bloodbath. Charlotte fires back, claiming that throwing her life on the line for her lord is her sacred duty. Dale quickly cuts in, asking if she wants to know what a knight's real duty actually is. Without missing a beat, he answers his own question. Never betray your lord's trust. And what he wants more than anything is for her to come back alive, because this brutal front line is no place for her to die. Charlotte whispers that she will carve those words into her heart. Just hours later, the massive ore cord begins surging southward, and the Duke's heavy vanguard finally marches out to meet them. Dale charges straight toward the high Saxon River, flanked by Bale Charlotte, his master Safia, and his elite squad of knights. Galloping across the plains, he glances over his shoulder, locking eyes with his fierce allied forces. He knows that from this exact moment on, Safia isn't just his mentor anymore. Heavy clouds swallow the moon as the squad finally hits the campsite, right alongside the upper Saxon River. Safia wanders off into the shadows, but Dale tracks her down. His face is dead serious, cutting right to the chase. He demands to know why she actually took his father's deal. The elf softly replies that she's just chasing her life's true calling. She made a vow to stick by his side, no matter what. The young lord cracks a warm smile, whispering a quick thanks. But a sudden violent rustle shatters the quiet. Dale roars at the mobile strike unit, bracing them for an immediate bloodbath. The ore cord has breached the perimeter. They are surging forward before the troops can even draw their blades. Mael sprints over, panic flashing in his eyes, begging the young lord to bark out a command. The greenskins are shoving their way across the water, looking to steamroll the camp. Without missing a beat, Dale orders Bale to grab 4 battalions and launch a brutal frontal assault. Their mission? Slaughter every last beast before they can link up and bridge the gap. Dale himself will take the remaining 2 battalions, flanking the horde to smash their rear line. Up on the ridges, the archers scream that the monsters are practically breathing down their necks. Bale bellows at his men, ordering them to hold the shoreline at all costs. A deadly storm of arrows darkens the sky, raining hell on the invaders as they wade through the mud. Dale's knights execute the playbook flawlessly. Sweat dripping down his brow, the young lord just prays Bale can hold the line long enough. But as his squad pushes up the trail, two mysterious figures cloaked in shadows crouch behind a massive boulder lying in wait to ambush our hero. Meanwhile, the archers are working their fingers to the bone, desperately trying to choke the green tide. Having the high ground gives them a massive edge. They are picking off the wolf-riding beasts with absolute pinpoint accuracy. Out of nowhere, a massive dire wolf scales the cliffside, leaping straight into the sniper nests. Jaws snap shut, crushing a soldier's shoulder with sickening bone-breaking force. His blood-curdling scream rips across the entire battlefield. Even with the chaos, the monster horde finally forces its way onto the bridge. The command rings out loud and clear: slice them down one by one. Do not let a single freak cross that line. After marching non-stop for days, the enemy's back line has to be running on fumes. Dale's master plan is to wade through the shallow rapids upstream, wrapping around to blindside them. But the trap only springs if Bale can hold the line just a few seconds longer. Another soldier drops dead. A hulking brute hoists a massive axe, locking eyes with the last men standing. Suddenly, a deafening explosion rocks the enemy's rear guard. Dale has perfectly hit his mark, smelling blood in the water. Dale screams for a full-throttle push. The horde is sliced cleanly in half, and now, it's time to snap the jaw shut with the young lord's heavy cavalry. The vanguard takes absolutely zero prisoners. Dale charges up his shadow strike, unleashing a brutal barrage of energy blasts that mows down the front ranks, dropping them like flies. Morale skyrockets as the men watch their commander tear through the battlefield. But Dale is completely blind to the massive brute, creeping up his blind side. Right as the beast winds up, Charlotte blurs into the frame. With one lightning-fast swing, she decapitates the threat, flashing Dale a smirk and telling him to keep his head in the game. She's got his back. A few yards away, Sophia is redlining her mana, unleashing hell. She screams out a warning if they drag their feet. Any longer, the monster pack will definitely regroup. Bale is turning his spear into a meat grinder, tossing aside any freak that dares to step up. But there is just an endless ocean of them. Soon enough, he clocks the horde tightening up for a vicious counter-push. Dale instantly barks the command to fall back. The riders yank their reins, peeling away from the snapping jaws of the wolf riders. The primary mission is a total success. No need to get greedy and wipe them all out here. The new play is to kite the brainless brutes deep into a kill zone, completely cutting them off from any backup. Once they are isolated, exterminate every last survivor. But right in the heat of the retreat, Sophia's blood runs cold. Something is terribly wrong. Hidden amongst the frantic wolf pack, a dark horse bursts through. Riding, it is a cloaked figure, charging up a blindingly bright fireball right in the palm of their hand. Sophia screams for Dale to dodge. Without a second thought, she pulls every ounce of frost mana into her body, blasting a massive shockwave behind the retreating squad. A colossal jagged ice wall erupts from the dirt, flash freezing absolutely everything in its wake. But the assassin's spell is already locked and loaded. The roaring inferno rips through the air, screaming straight toward the frozen barricade. Hellfire and Absolute Zero violently collide, triggering a massive, earth-shattering shock.